in local races and state races, it's important for someone to vote and represent their own interests by participating in our democracy.
I think this is going to be the year to start changing things around here for Florida families.
I'm going to fight against all this radical left agenda that Harris and Biden are doing.
There's a lot at stake here. Whatever side you're on, there's a lot at stake here.
This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence and failure, or whether or not we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
If they look at what's going on, it was being said, they would make you follow votes.
It is a choice about whether we have a country rooted in freedom for every American or ruled by chaos and division.
From the race for the White House to Florida's Senate seat, key decisions on abortion and marijuana, and all your local races. 10 Tampa Bay's coverage of Election 2024 starts now.
All eyes on the race for the White House tonight as current Vice President Kamala Harris looks to become the commander-in-chief. Former President Donald Trump looking to get back into the Oval Office. And you're watching 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight, we're bringing you the results of the 2024 election. I'm Dave Wagner alongside Courtney Robinson and Frank Wiley.
And as we come to you live across our digital platforms, polls just closed for most of the state. And as soon as we have results, they'll appear at the bottom of your screen.
Busy times. In addition to the presidential race, we are watching several big races right here in Florida, including the Senate race and the heated race for Hillsborough State Attorney and key decisions on marijuana and abortion rights. So we have live team coverage for you tonight, with crews across the Bay Area speaking with both candidates and voters as we wait for those results.
And tonight I'll be joining our team of analysts who will weigh in on what plays out tonight. We are joined by Tampa City Council member Bill Carlson and former St. Petersburg Mayor Rick Baker.
And joining us on set is 10 Tampa Bay political analyst, former state legislator Lars Hafner, and from Florida A&M University College of Law, Reginald Mitchell. We'll be talking about the results and, of course, the impacts that they'll have. And this is what it looked like at polling sites across our area today. There was actually a steady stream of voters in all of the counties that we saw. So far in the state, more than 2.5 million Floridians have turned out to vote in person today. More than 5 million voted early in person. Nearly 3 million returned mail-in ballots. Now, to put that into perspective, there are nearly 14 million registered voters in the state. So we are on par with the 77% turnout that we saw in 2020. Keep in mind, while polls have closed for most of the state, there is still about an hour left for Florida's Panhandle.
Big numbers there, Courtney. And at the top of the ticket, the presidential race. Over the last few weeks, both Trump and Harris have ramped up their efforts in the battleground states. Now it's up to voters, and we have crews at watch parties for both candidates tonight.
10 Tampa Bay's Eric Glasser joins us live from former President Donald Trump's watch party, and that's going on right now in Palm Beach County. Hi, Eric.
Hey guys, good evening to you. Well, the crowd just yelled as some of the networks are starting to call some of the races. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on very closely on Florida. Again, those panhandle precincts won't close until 8 o'clock, and so they'll be holding on to some of those numbers. But people here obviously expecting that President Trump will carry the state of Florida, and then they're starting to look towards the other states that will be very close to call, like Georgia, North Carolina, and of course, razor-thin margin in Pennsylvania. The former president himself came back to South Florida today to cast his own ballot along with his wife Melania. They visited a polling place not far from their home, Mar-a-Lago. The president then spoke and took questions for about 15 minutes. I can tell you that here at the convention center, things are very, very tight when it comes to security. They are expecting about 4,000 people. Mr. Trump says he and his family are going to be watching the results at Mar-a-Lago and then make their way here, depending upon how things go. And that could go well into the night, the morning, maybe even days, depending upon how close it is. There's a mix of anxiety. There is some confidence. Republicans liked their numbers when it came to the early vote. But as the polls closed here on the East Coast, the former president also asked his supporters who might still be waiting to vote to stay in line.
If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it.
After voting today, Mr. Trump headed over to his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach to thank his staff. He said he believed that this was the best campaign of the 3 that he has ever run, but that in order to make that stick, they would have to win. His supporters say that they are confident, but again, they have that same pit in their stomach that all of us have had throughout the course of the day here. They know that it's going to come down to those states where not only are they watching the returns in the key states of Pennsylvania again, places like Wisconsin, but they're watching certain counties in Florida that may even give them an idea of where this election will ultimately go. Guys, back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. And we'll be checking in with you all throughout the evening. Definitely heightened security that we're seeing in Palm Beach and also in Washington as well tonight.
Absolutely, pointing that out earlier. Meantime, Marcella Robertson from our sister station in Washington, D.C., joining us live from Kamala Harris's watch party at Howard University. HU. Marcella, what's the word out there?
Good evening to you both. Well, I mean, you want to talk about tight security. That is also the case here at Howard University. And you want to talk about a shift in the mood, right? It was really just media for hours and hours, and now the music is going. People have filed in. There are members of the Divine Nine. Of course, we know that Vice President Harris is part of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. So really just a lot of excitement in the air. And, of course, the backdrop here, Howard University, a historically black university here in Washington, D.C., and it is also Kamala Harris's alma mater. She graduated here in 1986 and now has decided to really make this a full circle moment, end her campaign in her search for the presidency, and end it here at the place that she spent so much time. And we're here on the Yard to give you an idea, really any campus, college campus. This is where students are cutting through to go to class, eating lunch, and tonight this is the scene where the Harris campaign hopes that Kamala Harris will give a victory speech. Of course, making history as the first female president of the United States is what they are hoping. We know this is a private event that is taking place here tonight, not open to the public, but people are starting to file in here. We know that in this final stretch at rallies over the last few days that Harris has really been pushing this message of unity, saying that she would be a president for everyone, really pushing forward that message, telling her supporters and voters that it is time to turn the page and move on from politics that are led by fear and division. And she has also pledged to really seek common ground, even with those who disagree with her.
And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward where we see our fellow American not as an enemy, but as a neighbor. And we are ready for a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, but based on who you lift up.
And guys, we know how incredibly tight this race is. We've been keeping an eye on some of those exit polls, again, as a lot of the polls here on the East Coast have just closed within the last few minutes. But voters, as far as those voters who are supporting Harris, democracy is at the top of the issues that are important to them. And when we talk about democracy, they say the state of the democracy. They fear what would happen if former President Donald Trump were to be reelected. And that is what has really driven a lot of people out to the polls when they support Vice President Harris. Abortion, also really an important issue when it comes to reproductive rights. We know that has really also driven a lot of people out to the polls, especially women who are fired up about this. So something that we are keeping a close eye on, again, as the polls start to close here on the East Coast. Not really sure when the Vice President is expected to take the stage here tonight, but we'll, of course, continue to bring you the very latest throughout the evening. Back to you.
Marcella, thank you. Right now, we are starting to see some states being called in the presidential race. This is going to be a long night. There are some states that will go very quickly, others that are going to take some time, in fact, potentially days as we're looking at that. I want to go ahead and run through the race for 270. This is our scorecard this evening. Indiana, Kentucky going to the former president, Vermont going to Vice President Harris. We want to check in on the Senate race this evening here in Florida, because this is one of the big races that could influence balance of power in Washington. You're looking at Republican Rick Scott looking to keep his seat, being challenged by Democrat Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And when we look at this race, as you heard Marcella talking about, will amendments like abortion pull people out in her favor? What about having Harris at the top of the ticket? Will that impact votes in favor of Mucarsel-Powell? What will that mean for Rick Scott? Rick Scott, one thing that we know, he's had some tight races, and if we take a look back at 2020, you can see he was able to oust Democrat Bill Nelson, an incumbent there, but just by 10,000 votes, that triggered an automatic hand recount. So we will be watching this race very closely this evening. And another race that we can go ahead and call for you right now, Republican Gus Bilirakis, who's been in Congress since 2006, he will return to Washington. Frank?
All right, Courtney, waiting on the clock to give us those answers. Meantime, a big factor pulling people to the polls, not only the names on the ballot, but also the amendments. There are 6 you'll need to decide on, including key decisions on marijuana and abortion. 10 Tampa Bay's Miranda Parnell has been following the abortion amendment and explains what's on the line here. Good evening.
That's right, Frank. This is an amendment that would change the Florida Constitution so that the government's interference with those rights would be limited. Now, I just talked to the Pinellas County GOP chairman, and he tells me he does not think that it's going to pass. He thinks that the parental rights portion of that being not written into the amendment, he thinks that a lot of people are going to fall back away from pushing that change through. Now, we have spoken to voters all day, just like he has, and we've heard kind of a mixed bag. A lot of people saying that they do want that amendment in place, and a lot of folks saying, no, keep things as they are. But here you go, a little bit of sound from each side here.
I fall on each state does their own answers for that, so it's not like a, national thing, so I'm kind of like more on the side of protecting life.
I think like I said, it's very beneficial if you use it for the right reasons. A lot of people, they're in very bad circumstances where either they're going to suffer, the child is going to suffer, so I'm all for it.
And we are here at this watch party for the Pinellas County GOP, and things are livening up a bit as these poll results roll in. We're seeing people kind of glued to their phones right now and watching the larger screen. So we'll continue to keep an eye on those results and bring you the latest as soon as we know it. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
Miranda, thank you. Another highly debated amendment that is also on the ballot, Amendment 3.
Yeah, a lot of talk about this. It would allow the sale and possession of recreational marijuana for people 21 and older. And 10 Tampa Bay's Miguel Octavio is following those results tonight. Hey, Miguel.
Hey, Frank, we're here at the Pinellas County Democratic Watch Party here. People have really started to trickle in here within the hour here. And of course, all eyes for them is potentially seeing Vice President Kamala Harris make history, but also Amendment 3. And just looking at the numbers from the Associated Press here so far, it shows that there is a yes vote, more than 2 million, with 56% for legalizing recreational marijuana here in Florida. That's compared to 43% here so far with voting no. Of course, that's just 33% of the votes here so far. But looking at people around here, their eyes are glued on the screen. They're optimistic to see Democrats voted here, but also this Amendment 3 to be passed here. They say it's about time Florida legalized recreational marijuana, seeing that nearly half the country has already legalized recreational marijuana here. But also within the Republican Party, there's also some division within here. Former President Donald Trump says he supports Amendment 3, but Governor Ron DeSantis has been using this final stretch of the election campaigning, urging people to vote against this, along with other local law enforcement agencies. One voter I spoke with says he did not have a strong preference when it comes to this, but seeing how widely available this is in around the country, but also medicinal purposes here in Florida, he says he doesn't see much of a difference. Take a listen.
I don't see a problem with it. You can't smoke in public now pretty much anywhere, at the beach, at the parks, or anything like that. So, I don't see where it'd make that much of a difference.
Now, a mix of reaction when it comes to this amendment, but if passed, adults in Florida 21 and up would be able to buy or possess marijuana for non-medical reasons up to a certain amount here. Of course, that 60% threshold needs to be met in order for this amendment to pass, but right now, Pinellas County Democrats here hopeful about the results they're seeing here so far. A lot more ballots need to be counted here tonight, but they tell me they're optimistic to see Amendment 3 pass here tonight, so we'll keep you posted on those results, both on air and online. Reporting live in St. Pete, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Miguel, thank you. And keep in mind that both of those all of the constitutional amendments on the ballot, they're going to need 60% of the vote at a minimum in order to pass tonight. Joining us, we have Reginald Mitchell, a professor at FAMU's College of Law. Reginald, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
When we look at these constitutional amendments, it's not as simple as, okay, it gets 60% and here we go. Or is it?
No, they made it more difficult to require 60%, so it requires a supermajority. And then even after they're passed, if the governor and the legislature are not happy with it, they have these implementing bills that make things difficult. So we saw that with felon rights restoration. They said you still have to pay the court fees and restitution. So the governor has made clear that he's not in favor of the two sexiest bills, 3 and 4. So it remains to be seen if it passes by the 60% requirement, if it's allowed to go through.
Yeah, Reggie, some of the sound that we've heard from folks over the past few weeks, some people seem to think this stuff is convoluted, right? Not really sure on what the specifics are, and you kind of alluded to that as well. What are some of the students on the campus of FAMU saying about this?
I haven't talked to the students, but I know generally, from my own children and others, marijuana use has been around since I was a child, right? I've never used it, never smoked a regular cigarette. But the things that they're saying that are good about Amendment 3 is that if the labs approve it, it takes out all the synthetic and the harmful things that they can now put in it. What I'm hearing, and never having used it, is that today's marijuana is not the marijuana we used in the 1980s or knew in the 1980s. And so this legislation may make it safer. Now, on the flip side, folks are saying in other states, Seattle, D.C., and other places, you'll now start smelling marijuana everywhere. So some people that otherwise might be for it are saying, just like regular cigarettes, I don't want to smell it everywhere.
That was a lot of what was in some of the ads that we heard as well, that odor, that aroma that you're alluding to there.
Yeah, we definitely will be watching Amendment 3, Amendment 4, all of those this evening. And as we talked about, that 60% supermajority really that it needs to go through. But we also have some referendums that are also on our ballot that are just going to need that majority, 50+1.
Yeah, so a lot of people, as Miguel pointed out right there, nervously scrolling through their phones and counting down on the clock.
Reggie, we're going to check in with you in a little bit, but we want to touch base in Hillsborough County.
Yes, we do, because in Hillsborough County, voters are also waiting on some of the answers that we're talking about this evening. As we roll ahead right there, that is some of the video that we grabbed over the course of the evening, but weighing in on a property tax increase that would help increase teacher salaries. Getting this referendum on the ballot came after a months-long back and forth between the school board and the county commission here, but ultimately a judge allowing it on the ballot. It really came down to the wire, and 10 Tampa Bay's Chris Hurst has been following those developments for us. Chris.
Yeah, Frank and Courtney, you have to also go back to thinking to 2 years ago when this measure was first put on the ballot in Hillsborough County and lost by only 500 votes. The teachers union president telling me earlier today that they acknowledge that their messaging campaign was not as robust as it has been this go around. They think they've done the job convincing voters that they should vote for an extra tax on property to support teachers. Now, the millage would be an extra $1 per 1,000 of assessed value on your property. The district says it'll raise close to $200 million a year and add $6,000 to each teacher and administrator's salary. All other school employees would receive $3,000 per year extra. But opponents say people are still feeling effects from inflation and that it's the wrong time for a new tax.
We really need to think about the average property owner who is struggling to make ends meet and say enough is enough.
And really it comes down to the best classroom experience possible for our students and leveling the playing field for Hillsborough County and surrounding school districts. We've got to get to a spot where we have the same revenue that's incoming from other districts and level that playing field.
The school district says current teacher pay here is uncompetitive with other counties and that they lose teachers every year to places like Pinellas, Pasco, and Sarasota. Now, county commissioners, especially the ones who tried to block this measure from being put on the ballot this year, they were also worried about competition with this referendum on the ballot for a new tax, with the community investment tax reauthorization that's also on the ballot in Hillsborough County today. That is an extra half-penny sales tax that helps with capital improvement projects. If the referendum is approved, that new millage rate to increase teacher pay would take effect in July. Live in Hillsborough County, Chris Hurst, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Another big race that we can call this evening is for District 14. Representative Kathy Castor will return to Washington. Voters this evening already sending both Representative Castor and Representative Bilirakis back to Washington. They're keeping their seats. Incumbents seem to be taking this as we bring in political analyst Lars Hafner. Is that expected?
Pretty much so. Those were two incumbents that have been around for a while, have great name recognition, and their opponents really didn't raise a lot of money against them. So certainly that's what we thought would happen.
As we talk about this millage, Lars, and we've talked about this for months now, right? So ultimately this shifts back to a conversation about equity, as they mention some of the better teachers being taken out of a district.
What's really interesting about this referendum is the fact that they're running again 2 years after they ran it the first time. And the first time it lost 50.2 to 49.8. So it was very, very close. But you usually run these kind of referendums in elections that may not have great turnout, because you can kind of control the turnout and get your message out. And in this particular case, they're running it in a presidential year, so there's going to be great turnout, and we just don't know how it's going to turn out.
I think we're already seeing about the same turnout that we saw in 2020. You know, we do know that there are about 1 million more registered Republicans. But then that non-party affiliation, that's a big vote.
Right, and as you said earlier, you know, remember it only has to pass by 50 plus 1, right, and instead of the 60% level, and so that really makes a difference. But it's really been interesting in this election because education's been minimalized. We haven't seen it at the top of the ticket. We haven't seen it in the U.S. Senate race, the congressional races, and usually you at least get it in the state legislative races. And it's not being talked about as other issues have taken the forefront. So when people work their way down the ballot, they're not going to hit education until they get to school board races and then these kind of amendments. And will they tack all the way down and vote all the way through?
Yeah, Lars, ultimately this is tied to the top of the ticket too, though, this time around.
It is, because of the partisanship that comes out. And Republicans tend to fight against new revenues being collected, new taxes. So we'll see how it all plays out.
What are 3 big things that you're watching this evening? I mean, we're just at the beginning.
Well, I think the big first one is the gender at the president level, both in the United States and here in Florida. Does the Harris campaign, is she able to have coattails for some of these closer races in the state of Florida? We have a woman U.S. Senate candidate against Rick Scott. We have here one of the congressional districts that Whitney Fox is running against Luna, and in doing that, will that help carry the day for some of them? So that's the first thing I'm looking at. And then certainly, how will the voters here in Florida go from the top of the ballot to the bottom of the ballot? Will there be fallout? Right. Will there be fallout, or will they go all the way down?
All great points. Delineating, basing on gender there. No doubt we'll get more from you a little bit later. Thank you, Lars. Also in Hillsborough County, we are closely watching the race for state attorney, current state attorney, Suzy Lopez, now facing former state attorney Andrew Warren. 10 Tampa Bay's Jennifer Titus following Warren's campaign tonight. Hey, Jen.
Hey, good evening, Frank. Yeah, so I just took a look at the Hillsborough County Supervisor of Elections website. They are reporting some numbers for early voting and mail-in voting. It does look like Suzy Lopez does have a slight lead, just over 1%. As the precincts come in, though, Andrew Warren is hoping that those votes will favor him and that he is back here at the state's attorney's office, where he says he was wrongfully removed from 2.5 years ago when he was suspended by Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, I can tell you Warren spent most of the day at a polling location in South Tampa, shaking hands of voters and hoping that those who were undecided will continue to vote for him. He's watching his election results tonight come in at his home with his family. I'm told that's what he's done the past couple of elections, and that's what he is doing tonight. He is not changing his routine. Again, what he hopes does change, though, is that people will vote him back in to this office. Now, he had told us earlier this year, even last year, that he was not going to run for re-election, but that all changed when an appeals judge did say yes, that a federal judge could reinstate him back into the state's attorney's office. Again, a judge has not made that decision yet, and that's why Attorney Warren, we saw here, run for state's attorney, and we're just gonna have to wait, guys, to see how these results play out throughout the night, but it is the campaign that we will be watching. Guys?
All right, Jen Titus live for us there as we're waiting results to come in. I wanted to touch base right now on the race for state attorney in the 13th. And you can see just how close this race is right now. AP is not calling this just yet. You can see just about 8,000 votes separating the two. I also want to show you what we're seeing in District 16. This race declared a winner right here. Incumbent Vern Buchanan will return to Washington. He's keeping his seat there in the House, 57% of the vote, so more than 50,000 votes currently separating these two candidates. And you can see right here, 85% of the vote already coming in this evening. Right now, we are coming to you live from across our 10 Tampa Bay digital platforms. And we are going to go ahead and take a break as we get ready to cut in on our TV audience and give our broadcast audience an update on tonight's results. So don't go anywhere. We'll continue to stream throughout. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight, we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on several key races here in Florida. The polls just closed within the last half hour here in Tampa Bay. Still waiting for the panhandle. Want to get you caught up on some of the early results. Let's start with U.S. House District 14 with incumbent Democrat Kathy Castor facing Republican Robert Rocky Rochford. Castor being declared the winner in this race. The district is part of Pinellas and a part of Hillsborough County, encompassing Tampa and St. Pete. Now you're looking at U.S. House District 16. Again, it's an incumbent kind of night. The incumbent Republican, Vern Buchanan, facing Democratic challenger Jan Schneider. Buchanan will go back to Washington. He's been declared the winner, representing Manatee and southern Hillsborough counties. And in District 12, this was one of the first races we saw called early this evening. Not expected to have been a tight race at all. And you can see right here, Republican incumbent Gus Bilirakis with 70% of the vote, winning in this race against his Democratic challenger tonight. And checking in on the race for state attorney for Florida's 13th Circuit in Hillsborough County. We have already seen, of course, this making headlines because the Democratic challenger, Andrew Warren, was removed from office and replaced with Republican Suzy Lopez. We'll come back to that, but right now I see we have the U.S. Senate race up here on your screen, and you can see right now not being called yet, but at this point, Senator Rick Scott outpacing Democratic challenger Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. This is a big race that we're watching this evening because of the stakes here in Washington with the balance of power, one of 34 Senate seats that is up for grabs. And right now you can see, yes, leading the way right now on whether to legalize recreational marijuana. This needs 60% of the vote in order to pass. And you can find the results of all of okay, let's check in with Amendment 4. Sorry about that. Right to an abortion. Again, very close to that 60% threshold. But again, there is still a long way to go in this. You can see 59% of the vote, yes, outpacing 41% with a no. And you can find all of the results to tonight's races on our free 10 Tampa Bay app for your phone and also on your website. And we are streaming live right now on our 10 Tampa Bay Plus app. You can download that on your favorite streaming app or smart TV.
All right, Courtney, it takes time, but at this hour, those are the numbers that we have that are flowing in, as we know it's going to be a fluid situation all night.
It's a domino. Some of these races will be called very quickly, and we've already seen that happening. Dave Wagner is with our team of analysts. And Dave, what's the mood in there with seeing these results already being called, winners being declared?
Yeah, these guys are very chill in here. They've been through races before themselves. I'm here with former St. Pete Mayor Rick Baker and Bill Carlson, Tampa City Council member. We appreciate you being with us tonight. As you look at the results that are coming in, any surprises at all to either of you?
You know, Dave, I don't think so. So far, we'll see. It's still early in the evening, right? But you see, you know, Buchanan, Bill Rakis, Castor, you would expect them to get reelected, really, no matter what the turnouts were between the Republicans and the Democrats in the state. I think, from what I've understood, there's been a pretty good amount of Republican early voting and Republican turnout in the state of Florida. And I think one of the interesting questions as we go through the night is going to be, you know, 2 years ago, the nation was kind of expecting this red wave. Well, it kind of started and ended in Florida, but it was in Florida. And so the question is does Florida as a really dominant Republican state, does that continue? And I think early indications might, and we'll just have to see how the night goes.
Yeah, it sure did seem like in 2022, it was the exception, not the rule when it came to...
It was.
Yes, all right. Bill, what about you? Anything you're seeing tonight that is surprising at all to you?
The results show that the changing demographics of Florida, we've seen since COVID, or during COVID, a huge influx of Republicans in the state. What we have seen in Hillsborough today, 16 or 17,000 more Republicans voting. Last number I saw in Pinellas was 33,000. Hillsborough, that really has an overwhelming show out. By.
Yeah. Any incumbents vulnerable tonight that as you look ahead here?
I don't know if I would say, well, obviously some are on some of the local races. You know, we're going to be looking at city council races, county commission races and such. In terms of Congress, I think Anna Paulina Luna, I think she'll do okay, but we'll see. It's a closer split between that district. I think she'll do okay as you go along. But we'll see. We'll see how the night goes.
The constitutional races in Hillsborough County are all being closely watched. I've been watching the numbers just now. Because of the large turnout of Republicans, the constitutionals are all Democrats. Huge wave of Republicans. It's possible that we might see some changes. So I know all my Democratic friends are sitting, waiting to watch the numbers.
Yeah, and your microphone, just so we'll deal with it in just a second. It's kind of cutting in and out here, so we'll make sure that we get that microphone working here. The constitutional amendments, we talk about abortion and marijuana. How do you believe that impacts voter turnout in the state of Florida? Obviously, people are very passionate on both sides.
Well, I think, frankly, some of the times these constitutional amendments are put on the ballot in order to influence voter turnout, right? So if you're trying to get more Democratic turnout, you have an abortion amendment. That's not saying they don't believe in the abortion amendment, but that helps drive the turnout for the Democrats as well, I think.
Yeah, and in terms of during part of Donald Trump's campaign, we saw that Madison Square Garden rally that drew some controversy. Certainly, some of the comments about Puerto Rico were ones that were a concern to some people who supported Donald Trump and a concern to many Democrats as well. What kind of impact do you think that has in the state of Florida when it comes to the Puerto Rican vote and folks who were alarmed by this kind of conversation taking place?
Well, I think he quickly distanced himself from that. There was a comedian that he didn't even know that came on early on, and he distanced himself from that comment early on. The Hispanic vote in America has been polling better for Donald Trump than ever in the history recent history. So I think he's going to do pretty well by the Hispanics in Florida and throughout the country.
Yeah, I feel like I'm cutting you out of the conversation because of your microphone. I don't want to do that. And I'll just ask you the same question here, Bill, and I can move over there so my microphone picks up just a bit. But when you heard Donald Trump's comments at Madison Square Garden and some of what was said, do you believe that will impact turnout in this election?
Well, of course, the people from Puerto Rico are very upset about that. Many Hispanics, Latinos are upset about it. But we see quotes being taken from both campaigns and thrown at each other. And so if you watch Saturday Night Live or any of the comedians, they're throwing jabs at each other. So we'll see. The amendments, as you mentioned a minute ago, have pulled out people. But in Florida, again, we're seeing the red wave, not just in the election and turnout, in Hillsborough, there's probably no way that the Democrats could have turned out the vote at a higher rate because there's so many new Republicans in the county.
Yeah. When you look at the tone of this campaign, I know, Rick, you have worked with Democrats on their campaigns, and
I actually worked on Bill's campaign.
Bill's campaign as well. Look at that. All right, crossing the aisle just a little bit. But you've done this with Bob Buckhorn. You did this with Dave Fisher in St. Petersburg, who ran for mayor. Bob Buckhorn ran for was mayor of Tampa, of course. Do you see that kind of crossing the aisles kind of relationship these days, or is that just something that doesn't exist anymore?
You know, you go back to the Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill days, you know, when they used to get together afterwards.
Drink a beer.
They said, you know, the politics stops at 5 o'clock, right? And I'd like, it'd be nice to see more of that. You know, I think you fight for your issues, you know. I believe strongly in conservative principles, strongly in conservative issues. But I think that you need to be able to work with people too.
You know, it's interesting when I hear Democrats say, you know, Republicans are so mean, and then I hear Republicans say Democrats are so mean. Who do you think is responsible for the tone of this campaign? Do you have a sense?
Well, it depends on what your algorithm is on social media.
That's true.
If you start to like certain things, you get more of that and more, and you believe everything you see on there. And so it's driving people in other directions. I think the majority of the people, though, who are not caught up in the social media world are hoping for moderation. Since 2016, we've seen people polarize to right and left. I think a lot of people hope that we'll land in the middle somewhere, whoever wins tonight.
Yeah, as we look at tonight, do you feel confident in the integrity of this election? There's been a lot of talk about election integrity. How do you feel about it?
Well, you know, I've never seen anything to tell me that there's a problem that I know about, right? But I also don't believe there's anything wrong with challenging an election if you think there was something wrong. I think that's part of democracy too. In fact, I was representing George W. Bush during the 2000 recount when Al Gore challenged it all the way through December of that year. So I think it's okay to do that. I think that to make it, if you think something went wrong, if you don't think it was kind of right, I don't think there's anything wrong with challenging that legally, going through the process and doing it the right way.
At what point, though, Bill, does that need to end and for the two sides to just kind of agree that there is a winner?
Eventually, once the ballots are counted manually, then it needs to end. After the 2000 race, a lot of supervisor elections switched to electronic voting. Remember, we would go in and hit the touchpad, and then many people said they didn't trust that because they thought it might be hacked. And so then supervisors changed to the ones where you fill in the little dot. And all of those paper ballots are available. And so we have a paper backup. If for some reason the machines don't count it correctly, we can go back and hand count them.
And I think that's a good point because in 2000, when does it end? Well, if I recall, it ended in December 12th when Gore conceded back then. But I think since then, because of what we went through in the 2000 election, Florida has really upped their game in election integrity and having the paper ballot and the electronic ballot, and you feel pretty good about the state of Florida.
All right. Well, we're going to continue our conversation here. We'll be back shortly here, but I will tell you, I did not realize you worked on Bill's campaign. Did he do a good job for you?
I actually donated his campaign. I wasn't really going door to door for him, but I did donate his
I can't see you door knocking out there for him. All right.
I would.
All right. Well, we'll head it back to the studio here. Courtney, what do you have for us?
Asking the tough questions.
Dave, thank you so much. There is a race that we can go ahead and call it. We said it was an incumbent kind of night, and Republican Congressman Greg Steube winning here, being declared the winner by the Associated Press with unofficial election results, but 62% of the vote right there this evening, and Congressman Steube will return to Washington. So balance of power, when you look at these 435 House seats so far, they're not flipping in Florida. And that's what we're really, watching this evening. But a lot of other races that were on your ballot as well that we're keeping an eye on.
Fantastic job staying on top of those numbers right there. I want to take you back to Ybor City live where 10 Tampa Bay's Emerald Morrow is. She is following Suzy Lopez's campaign tonight. Good evening, Emerald.
Good evening, Frank. The room has filled in quite a bit since the last time that we spoke. We actually did see Suzy Lopez for the first time not long ago. She made her first appearance speaking to us, talking a little bit about her priorities and saying what she believes makes her different from her opponent, Andrew Warren. Now, if she is elected, she would be Hillsborough County's first elected female state attorney for this position. Now, I got a chance to talk with her in the days leading up to the election about how she envisions her role as state attorney. And one of the things that she told me is that she is, of course, focused on keeping Hillsborough County safe, and she's really focused on victims, making sure that victims are heard, that they are protected. That is a #1 priority for her. She says she's also focused on building relationships with law enforcement and community partners, and she really spent a lot of time, again, focusing on those victims. But of course, we could not have a conversation with her without talking about the controversy around this race and her being pitted against her predecessor. Now, she said that she will stay focused on winning and protecting the people of Hillsborough County.
I've been called everything from a criminal to unqualified to a joke, and I have to just put that aside because I know that I'm not. I know that I'm very qualified. I'm the only state attorney in over 2 decades to go on the record on behalf of the state of Florida. I'm the only person in my race who's ever tried a case in that courthouse over there on behalf of the people of Hillsborough County. So I know that that's not true, but I have to focus on the job, and the job is the most important thing. This is a 24/7 job.
A 24/7 job indeed. And of course, this could be a very, very tight race. As I mentioned earlier, you know, there are more registered Democrats in Hillsborough County than there are Republicans, but the numbers are not that far off. So again, only time will tell exactly what will happen. But of course, we'll continue to monitor this and bring you the results as soon as we get them. Reporting live in Ybor City, Emerald Marlton, Tampa Bay.
Emerald, thank you. And another race that really the nation is watching when we do talk about the House seats that are up for grabs is Florida's 13th. It's the only race in Florida that's been identified by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee in terms of their Red to Blue initiative. And this includes, incumbent Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. She made a name for herself very quickly in Washington.
She did, as part of the Freedom Caucus and part of really the rebel rousers up there. But the one thing that's lost in this is that there was a lot of talk about her doing really good constituent work locally. And a lot of times that's what gets you elected. So even if she was doing some of the radical type things in Washington, she was starting to get the job done locally. And that's probably what has helped her get to this margin of potential victory. But as you say, Courtney, the bottom line here is that this was the race that was being watched in Florida, and it is a lot closer than the other incumbent races we've already called. Her district connects to the Bellerakis district, where he had a blowout tonight. You see at 70%, and then the other part of that district is the Castor district, and she won by 58%. So it was a closer than a race than what most incumbents were up against, and they were both well-funded candidates. But it looks like Paulina Luna is gonna win.
Yeah, and we look, 89% of the projected vote already coming in. The Associated Press still has not declared a winner in Florida's 13th. But I looked at it and I said, it seems like it's a pretty wide gap, all things considering, with 33,000 plus there, but still. It's still not called because again, so much money went into the race, and you just don't know until the last percentage group of voters vote. But again, as we've talked about before, the district has changed. And let me bring that up.
Okay, and as you see, back when this district was there, that was Bill Young's district back in the day, and he had served there for probably 40 years. And then Charlie Crist was able to move in and defeat Luna in that district. But then reapportionment happened, and with the demographics, what happened was the Republican legislature took the Democrats out of St. Petersburg and put them with the Tampa district. That made Castor's district more safe and moved Luna and this district up to Mid-County and North County, and that was a more Republican,
down the middle. So taking St. Pete, and if we look at that, you can see that redistricting right there where St. Pete's removed, but you still have Largo, Clearwater.
Well, you have a Democratic bastion down in the Gulfport area, but as you move up into this area, it's truly more Republican, and so the numbers were in her favor, and that's how she was able to win 2 years ago when she ran and beat Eric Lynn, and now it looks like she's going to get reelected tonight.
And, this, again, one of the big races nationally where there has been that focus because they do want to flip 4 seats, right?
That's right.
Is what they
and
really
this was
need.
the one in Florida that they thought they could get that would help them get to that 4 seats that they needed to take the majority. And since it doesn't look like it's working out here, now they're going to have to be focused on Virginia. There's a couple seats. New York, there's a couple seats. In California, there's a couple seats. And so as the night goes on, we'll watch how those seats go as to whether the House of Representatives in the United States Congress flips from being a Republican to a Democratic Congress.
All right, Lars, thank you. I want to send it right back to Frank.
All right, thank you, Courtney. Want to get to our own Aaron Parsegian, who was at a Democratic watch party in Orlando. Last time we chatted, Aaron, you were in the car on the phone. Now we got you in front of a camera. What's the word, sir?
Yeah, and we were coming here to the Abbey in downtown Orlando. This is the official watch party for the Florida Democratic Party and the Orange County Democrats, the local ones here in the state. Of course, a lot of people have filed in the past few minutes, getting a look at some of these numbers as they're starting to come in and getting an idea where things may be headed. Now, we are focused on the top of the ticket as well with the presidential race, including how Vice President Kamala Harris is performing here in Florida. There's an interesting dichotomy between the people at this party right now. It's interesting because, they're hopeful and wishful for what could come later tonight, but also realistic and understanding that Florida may not be the traditional battleground state that it historically has been in the past, and that's changed in recent years. Of course, in 2020, President Joe Biden lost Florida, but then went on to win the election. In the past 4 years, registered Republicans have vastly outnumbered the amount of registered Democrats here in the state. But on top of keeping an eye on the presidential ticket, many of the folks here taking a look at many other races, including the local ones here to the Orlando area, and then some of the down ballot amendment questions. One of the things we're also keeping a look at now, there's new leadership at the top of the Florida Democratic Party. Chair Nikki Frieda took over after the 2022 election when they had a pretty dismal performance. They had really worked the ground hard. I interviewed her about a year ago saying they were really focused on energizing voters. They did a lot of that side by side with the Harris campaign. The vice president herself not making any stops here after being named the nominee, but they did have that ground game involved with bus tours and some surrogates, including her husband, Doug Emhoff, who came to South Florida, as well as Hillary Clinton, who was last in Tampa last weekend. So there is an air of excitement around here, but an understanding that Florida may not be the battleground that historically has been in the past. Of course, they're going to be keeping a close eye on many of these races. And of course, we'll hear from some of these major players here in the Florida Democratic Party throughout the night. We'll toss it back to you now.
All right, fantastic job as always there, Aaron Parsegian. Both AirPods in the ear there. There's a lot of buzz in the room.
A lot of noise happening right there. A lot of people very excited as they're watching these results come in. And keep in mind that when it comes to declaring a winner, the Associated Press is not going to do anything when it comes to statewide or national races until the Panhandle polls do close, which we've got about 15 more minutes until that happens. Yep, I was. And I want to let you know when it comes to District 18, that race has been called, that's Florida's heartland, and we can tell you that Representative Scott Franklin will keep his seat, the Republican that represents those counties right there. All right, let's get right now to, here we go. You can see 64% of the vote. I want to get right now to Reginald Mitchell. Reggie, you saw Aaron there with Harris. As we're looking at the presidential race, how has a woman in this race potentially impacted the vote or turnout even?
Obviously, it was a great pick. I mean, a lot of Democrats, I'm sure, were terrified when Biden's poll numbers were going down. But when Kamala Harris came in, it energized all across the country the Democratic Party. So, and I think seeing the alternative candidate, even amongst Republicans, I've never seen anything like it, with so many Republicans, office holders and non-office holders alike, stepped across party lines and openly endorsed her as a candidate. So it's really going to be interesting to see how this turns out tonight.
Sure, great question there, Courtney. And that really galvanized things, as you just mentioned right there, Reggie, because we heard mention of AKAs earlier as we had a reporter up in Washington, D.C. Conversely, alphas, right? So there's a lot of talk amongst members of the Divine Nine. You yourself can attest to this.
Correct.
So what are people saying, and what was the temperature of the room in those conversations when they were happening about this switch?
It was well known that African American women were the #1 supporter of the Democratic Party, right? And African American men, we kind of took a hit that about 9% of us or so was going to the other party. And so when she jumped into the race as a member of the first Divine Nine sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha, our sister sorority, I was inspired. I mean, I became an Alpha because many of the great politicians of the past that were Alphas, Dr. King and so many others, the list can't go on. But we're all the Divine Nine and African Americans in general are supporting her for not only what she represents, but the policies that she stands for. Because we saw 4 years of the alternative and it was terrifying, quite frankly.
So I want to continue our conversation, but I do want to let those of you who are watching at home know that Florida's 13th. Representative Anna Paulina Luna with 55% of the vote right there, representing a majority of Pinellas County, where you see Clearwater, Largo, Gulfport on up, and she will return to Washington. Besting her opponent, Democratic challenger Whitney Fox. And again, this was a big race that we were seeing with a lot of money being spent by the Democratic Party.
And you know, the way the lines are drawn, I mean, he can tell you it's very difficult to break into these boundaries, right? So probably a lot of things happen as they expected.
Well, let's talk about that when we talk about gerrymandering and the impact on, on the vote. I mean, when it comes to minority vote too.
Right. I mean, you have the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and you have in Florida the Fair District Amendments, which specifically say you're not supposed to do anything to benefit one party or another, to favor one party or another. You're not supposed to do anything to hurt or disparage the minority vote. But, I mean, when either party is in power, they get to draw the lines, right? They have the majority. They draw the lines. To the victor go the spoils. It can be challenged to the Supreme Court. It can be challenged in federal court. But usually it comes out just as you see it happening.
Yeah, Reggie, interestingly enough, even here and now today, some folks in this newsroom and folks beyond these walls saying, hey, my mom was not born with the right to vote. So you mentioned the Voting Rights Act and what have you.
My goodness, yeah. I mean, when Florida first started, as long as you were a free white male, 21, you didn't have anything to worry about. As soon as African Americans were emancipated, they started putting, the long history of all poll taxes. Florida was the first state in the country to implement a poll tax, right, in 1889. They also had literacy tests they tried to implement, and they tried to keep non-literate folks from voting, right? They weren't successful. But poll taxes, intimidation, outright murder, poisoning, all kinds of things happening. They even knew when African Americans came out of slavery and there wasn't a lot of literacy going on, they had a multiple ballot. So 8 particular ballot boxes, you had to kind of figure it out which one to put in. And the Republicans, when they took control, because all African Americans started out as Republicans during Reconstruction. But in the deal in 1867, that was the Hayes-Tilden election, and Florida decided that election. There was the Great Compromise of 1877. And so after that, they pulled all the troops out, and then it got really bad. African Americans were getting elected. Now they can't even vote for many years until you have the 15th Amendment says the right to vote, the 19th Amendment. Despite all of that, it took until 1965 before we truly had the right to vote. And even then, there are things put in place to try and prevent it.
Context is king. Professor going to work right there.
Well, and I also, before we move on this evening, talking about what happens with the challenges that we've already seen, some of these lawsuits moving forward, to voting and different, to the rules of the vote.
It's tough. I mean, I don't want to disparage the court, but you have the United States Supreme Court, which is controlled by a party. You have the Florida Supreme Court, controlled by a party. So you can challenge it if there's a legitimate basis. And I'm not suggesting that anybody would challenge it without a legitimate basis. But, you kind of have to go and get a majority in a court. And so it really has to be a strong basis, right? You can't just say we didn't get the result we wanted, right? There has to be a legal, legitimate basis for it. And unless you can point out something specifically violating the Voting Rights Act or the Florida constitutional amendments in Article 3, then chances are they prevail.
All viable points right there, Courtney, and that also goes back to you and your fraternity urging people to get registered to vote.
Yeah, I mean, it was a college chapter in Alpha Phi Alpha says a voteless people is a hopeless people. So we paid that as a premium. I'm sure every fraternity and every sorority out there that exists pushes voter education and voter registration and voting as one of their top priorities and community service goals. And so you've seen historically, I mean, there's probably more voting today than there's ever been because everybody is in favor of doing the right thing and voting.
Well, and we saw a big push to get people registered to vote in this election, with almost 14 million across the state of Florida registered to vote in this election, and a big turnout so far.
Yeah, perfect segue as we talk about how the Electoral College works. The popular vote matters on the state level, not the national level. We saw it happen in 2016 when the Electoral College clinched a victory for former President Trump, despite his loss of the national majority.
The election was very tight. Right, but if you just count the number of votes at the national level, there was a slight advantage for Hillary Clinton. But then when you translate those votes state by state into electoral and into electors, right, the majority of the electors favor Donald Trump.
There are 538 electoral votes in total, with the majority of 270 needed to elect a president. The main argument in favor of this process is that it gives smaller states a chance to hold a stronger influence in the overall process.
That count tends to overrepresent the smaller states, say Wyoming or, right? And for that reason, in a way, that protects the smaller states against the dominance of the large states like, say, California, who otherwise would have such a large population that would kind of dwarf the influence of the smaller states.
The number of Electoral College votes each state gets is equal to its total number of U.S. senators and representatives in Congress. In most states, it's a winner-take-all system. Whichever candidate comes out ahead, no matter how slim the margin, gets all of the state's Electoral College votes. Only 2 states, Maine and Nebraska, allow their electoral votes to be split. Florida has 30 electoral votes.
Checking in on election results that we're seeing for declared winners, and District 11 when it comes to the U.S. House of Representatives. Florida's 11th district, incumbent Daniel Webster, he will return to Washington. 61% of the vote right there. Really the only outstanding race that we're waiting on right now is Florida's 15th, with Laurel Lee facing former Hillsborough County Commissioner Pat Kemp. So we will be watching this race, waiting for this to fall. We've seen many actually in every race for congressional districts here in the Tampa Bay region going to incumbents. So we're going to stay on top of these. We will bring you many more results after we take a break and come to you live across our digital platforms here on 10 Tampa Bay. We do want to pause because we're going to get ready for our TV cut-in to give our broadcast audience an update on tonight's results. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue streaming throughout. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on several key races here in Florida after polls closed nearly an hour ago for Tampa Bay. Let's start right now with how some of these 6 constitutional amendments are shaping up. Amendment 1 will decide whether the race for school board seats should be partisan, starting in 2026. It will need 60% of the vote to pass. So far, it has not hit that threshold. Next, Amendment 3, whether to legalize recreational marijuana for those 21 and older, needs 60% to pass, still not quite there. And of course, one that we're watching here in Florida and nationally as well. Will Florida's Constitution be changed to enshrine the right to an abortion? Needs 60% to pass. It is not there yet, but of course we're still waiting for the Panhandle to close polls there. U.S. Senate race with incumbent Republican Rick Scott facing Democratic challenger Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. You can see Scott leading in this race, and so we're going to keep checking on that one. The District 13 race with incumbent Republican Anna Paulina Luna facing Democratic challenger Whitney Fox. This has been called for Representative Paulina Luna and being declared the winner here. House District 17, where we saw incumbent Republican Greg Stubbe against Democratic Manny Lopez. This is in Sarasota County, and Stubbe declared the winner here. Race for 14. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Castor facing a Republican challenger. Castor declared the winner in this race. This district includes that city of St. Pete, the city of Tampa, so 2 big cities for the Tampa Bay region when it comes to Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. And District 16, incumbent Republican Vern Buchanan against his challenger. Buchanan declared the winner in this race, representing Manatee County and a portion of southern Hillsborough County as well. District 12, another incumbent right here, one of the first first race is called this evening. You can see Republican Gus Bilirakis with 71% of the vote, easily winning this race right here, and he will return to Washington. And checking in on the race for state attorney for Florida's 13th, still too close to be called right now, but you can see Suzy Lopez, who is the current state attorney. She is leading in that race. And actually, we can call another race. We can go ahead and call District 15 because Representative Laurel Lee, she was able to defeat her opponent, Hillsborough County Commissioner Patricia Kemp. Laurel Lee getting 56% of the vote right here. She was just elected in 2022, so she will return for another term in Washington. That is kind of the end of our congressional races in Tampa Bay, as we've seen all incumbents reelected.
Absolutely. I want to get you back to D.C. Howard University.
Marcella Robertson is live for us. This is where Vice President Harris will be joining supporters this evening at this watch party. Marcella, it's picking up right now.
Yeah, good evening to you both. Certainly picking up, and just another shift in the mood here. And I want to really show you the amount of people that are here, because it's kind of hard to tell from right behind me. So our photojournalist Ruth is going to pan over. Look at this, just a sea of people here on the yard. This is Howard University, Kamala Harris's alma mater. Just a sea of Howard University students, members of the Divine Nine, black fraternities and sororities. Of course, we know that Kamala Harris is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and not just important to mention that these members of these fraternities and sororities are here to support. They are also very big and have really been pushing and trying to get, members out to vote and also help, in support for Harris. Of course, her campaign hoping that tonight she will take the stage here later tonight or at some point later this week as the first female president of the United States. Of course, that is their hope here they hope that she makes history here. Harris herself, no stranger to making history, really coming from high achieving immigrant parents. Her mother coming from India, a very prominent breast cancer researcher. Her father becoming the first black professor to be tenured at Stanford University. And of course, we know Harris herself making history early in her career as the first person of color to be elected as district attorney in San Francisco. Really at each level of her career, she has continued to make history and every level of being a public servant. And that public service is really what she has continued to talk about over rallies over the last few days, really pushing forward this message of unity, letting people know that she will be a president for everyone, even if they disagree with her.
You see, I don't believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. I'll give them a seat at the table. That's what real leaders do. That's what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans.
So again, you can hear the cheering here in the background. The yard at Howard University now filled with students. We know this is a private event, not open to the public, but you can really just feel the energy and excitement. Really unclear right now when Vice President Harris will take the stage, but she will take the stage to address those supporters sometime later tonight, and those supporters anxiously waiting for that moment. Back to you.
All right, Marcella, thank you so much. And we have started to see states being called for both candidates this evening. This is the scorecard here, Lars, where we're talking about the race to 270. And when we look at this, you can see New England. Is it a surprise up here?
No, right now we're seeing things following the usual format. And of course, we're seeing the Eastern time zone states starting to report. And right now, things are following along in the right direction from what we've seen 2 and 4 years ago. But we're getting close to Georgia and North Carolina, which will be the first 2 real battleground states that we're going to get information from.
And I want to take it back to Florida because Florida was called for former President Donald Trump, and we're talking about a million votes different right here. When we look at 2020, when he faced President Biden, 370,000 votes separated the two, and now we're seeing this. Does that mean anything for the rest of the country?
Yeah, you know, back when DeSantis won the state of Florida, what we saw is someone that ran against a candidate that wasn't as popular as he once was, and we weren't sure whether that was an anomaly or whether Florida had really gone red. With these kind of numbers that Trump is putting up, and of course Trump does live in Florida now, so therefore he's got that advantage as well, we're starting to see Florida really become a red state, no longer even any shade of purple. What's really interesting about this map is that, you know, it used to be Pinellas and Hillsborough. Those used to be blue areas, and the I-4 corridor was blue areas, right? It would go up and all the way over to Daytona. And we're not seeing any of that. That's gone red. Alachua County, where the University of Florida is also used to be a blue bastion, and now it's no longer has that strength. And then the big one is Miami-Dade. It used to be Democrats could count on those 3 counties, Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade, and no longer can they count on those counties.
All right, we got one right here. Republican Senator Rick Scott, with 55% of the vote, being declared the winner in Florida for the U.S. Senate race. This was one of the big ones that we were watching with 34 seats.
Right. You know, the Democrats have been defending all across the country, and there was only 2 potential pickups. One was in Florida and one's in Texas. Now the Florida one's been called, so now they only have 1 potential pickup, and that could be in Texas. But for Rick Scott, this is the largest margin of victory he's ever had.
Let's take a look at that.
When he ran for governor, he won by small margins. And then when he beat Bill Nelson, as we see, he only won by 10,000 votes. So this is a big victory for him. And he was probably helped a little bit at the top of the ticket with Donald Trump. Yet, if we look at those numbers, we do see a little bit of a fallout that there are people who voted for Donald Trump that did not vote in this race or for Rick Scott. And therefore, you can see that he's still not the most popular U.S. senator for the state, but he did his job tonight and won by 55% of the vote.
Getting a lot of support, a lot of approval from Floridians. And we do know, you know, there's about 1 million more registered Republicans, but when we look at this, do you see people crossing the aisle here and voting?
Well, again, it just seems more like it's been more of a Republican trend, because those blue counties that used to be blue back in the early 2000s and 2010 are now going red. And, you know, Tallahassee has remained, Orlando. But when you're losing the I-4 corridor like this, it's going to be hard for Democrats to win back. And this will have a big effect on the down ballot seats too, because they're hoping in the Florida legislature to flip 4 House seats in order that the Republicans would no longer have a supermajority. But when you look at this map now from this level, it's going to be a hard-fought opportunity for the Democrats to really get there.
And we'll see how it impacts the 6 amendments that are also on the ballot. I do want to bring it back to, again, that national look, the big picture look right here as we're talking about the presidential election. Let's go ahead right now, Lars, this evening, go ahead and pick up the states that we're really going to be watching. You said North Carolina, Georgia, and of course we've got the Rust Belt too that we're going to be watching.
Right, but the first 2 states that will come in and report will be North Carolina and Georgia. Georgia, interesting enough, went back to court today for a couple of the precincts. There was a bomb scare at one of them, and they've been asked to stay open till 7:30 and 8 o'clock. So they're going to come a little bit later than what we thought they were going to be. But we'll see trends, and we'll see trends here that will really help us understand whether this is going to be Trump's night, Harris's night, or if it's going to be as close as we think it's going to be.
And really, I mean, all of these states that are at play, especially when we talk about the Sun Belt, the Rust Belt right there, I mean, there's a path through, but they're limited paths. There are only a few.
And what's really interesting about this, at one point in time when Biden was in the race, Trump had different ways to victory. Now he only has through Pennsylvania, because he's got even if he runs the Sun Belt, which is what people think he may do, he would still have to win Pennsylvania in order to get to 270. Harris has a couple of different options. If she was to win Georgia or North Carolina and pick up Nevada, she could lose Pennsylvania and still be the next president.
Right. And Pennsylvania, the biggest grab tonight in terms of these battleground toss-ups with 19 electoral votes.
Correct.
If we look at, I know you and I have talked about this before, you can see where things are kind of, this is again, just where we're seeing things now in terms of the vote in some of these key states. Looking at Georgia, you can see the former president leading right here. Michigan, Harris leading, but again, it's only 2% of the vote right here, and then North Carolina.
As people have titled this, they've called it a red mirage and sometimes a blue mirage, because it all depends on how the states count their votes.
Right.
Some states count their early votes and their mail-in ballots first, and that usually goes to the Democrats, and then same-day voters have gone to Republicans. But there's other states that count the day voters first and then the other later, and that will be like Pennsylvania.
Right.
And so you could see
there.
one leading in this area, and then that all change up within the next 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah. And these are still very, very low
Correct.
numbers. Florida, of course, counting, being able to process and count before today.
That's right. In other states like Pennsylvania is prohibited from even opening things till 7 o'clock this morning, and it just takes a lot longer.
Well, we saw that Florida's been declared for Trump. All 30 electoral votes going to the former president. Let's go ahead and check in with 10 Tampa Bay's Eric Glasser, who is live from Trump's watch party this evening.
Hey there, Courtney. Yeah, and of course, as you might imagine, applause erupted here just a few minutes ago as Florida was called. Same thing for South Carolina. But really, the folks who know here about what you guys were just talking about, those votes that need to be gotten in states like North Carolina, that's where they're keeping their eyes, like Georgia, and of course, up into Pennsylvania. Who else is doing that? Well, of course, the former president, who we are told is at Mar-a-Lago tonight with his family, a short distance from here at the convention center. Let me show you some of the pictures of what it looks like here inside the convention center. Some of those loyal constituents and followers of Donald Trump who have now descended upon the convention center itself. Probably 1,000, maybe 2,000 people now here. They say to me that they are cautiously optimistic. Others say they are more confident, certainly, in the outcome of this election than they were 4 years ago. They say that because of lawyers and poll watchers scattered across the country. And when you speak to political insiders, they say it's a mixed bag for them. There is still confidence in the number of Republicans that turned out early to vote and the number who were standing in line today to cast their ballots. And in fact, the former president asked folks to keep standing in line, even if it takes hours to cast those ballots. He was also asked the potential for political violence as this may trail on for hours or days, depending upon the outcome. Here is what he had to say.
I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence.
The former president says he has not prepared any speeches, and when asked whether win or lose, this would be his last campaign, he says he thinks so. He was also asked whether, unlike in 2020 when he came out early and declared victory, whether he'd be planning to do so. He said no, this time around he understands that this is going to be a close race, and he said as long as it's fairly counted, he will continue to watch it closely and would be willing to concede as long as they believe that the outcome is fair. We will certainly be watching the returns here in West Palm Beach and gauge that reaction, and especially if, of course, Mr. Trump and his family come here to speak, we'll, of course, pass that along to you as well. For now, reporting live in West Palm Beach, Eric Glasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
Big thanks to you, Eric, for that report right there. I understand you're getting some new numbers into the newsroom as well.
Really quickly, looking at the electoral map right now, you're seeing where polls are closed, those southeastern states are going to the former president, being declared for Trump, but also in the Northeast, seeing that for Harris as well. Of course, we're not getting those results for Georgia and North Carolina quite yet, but we are staying on top of that. I do want to take it down local. So this was bottom of the ballot, but very, very important when it comes to daily life in Hillsborough County. So you're looking at, this was whether to renew the half-cent sales tax, and you can see 52% of the vote right there is a yes. This is stuff that, funds firefighters, fire stations, and all of these things. And, we heard from Mayor Castor, who said, without this, and again, this was just renewing it, it's been in place for decades, without this, property taxes were going to be raised if this didn't go through. And we are also following Amendment 2 right here, the referendum on whether to raise the millage by 1 point, which would mean $1 for every $1,000. 66% right here saying yes, and that is for teacher pay as well.
Yeah, the importance of this rises exponentially as we, of course, see more people moving to our state of Florida as well, as it impacts so many people out there. Want to get back to Dave Wagner, our co-anchor out there, with the spirited conversation about what's going on tonight, covering all angles. What's up, Dave?
Former St. Pete Mayor Rick Baker and Bill Carlson from Tampa City Council here. Appreciate you guys being with us, and we're listening in to these results coming in. We have kind of a lively conversation taking place out here. But let's talk about District 13 a bit. We were chatting about that. Anna Paulina Luna, she's defending
Anna is a friend of mine, and I've helped her with her campaigns, and she really came in, I think, strong into the Congress and strong in representation. She comes across well. She's defending her positions well, and I think that some thought she was really at risk. I didn't really think she was at risk, but I was curious.
It's a pretty heavily gerrymandered district, though.
And she's done real well. So she won strong tonight, and I think it's indicative, I think, of the country. Look at Rick Scott's race, 55%. That is strong. I think what Lars Hafner said is absolutely correct. I think we can now say Florida has moved into the red column statewide, and as we saw the panhandle votes coming in over the last hour since the 7 o'clock vote, a lot of conservative votes come in. Not only have kind of sealed it for President Trump, sealed it for Rick Scott and some of the others, but the constitutional amendments are now back in play.
Bill, back to District 13. We saw Anna Paulina Luna and Whitney Fox run a bare knuckles campaign. Those ads back and forth were kind of nonstop for a period of time here, especially late in the race here. What kind of race do you think Whitney Fox ran, and do you believe she was a good candidate for the Democrats?
I think she was a fantastic candidate. I've known her and her husband for several years. They went through a leadership training program that I helped sponsor a few years ago. Both are very impressive people, both talented leaders in our community, young, dynamic leaders, the kind of leaders we need working on all kinds of things in our community. And so I hope Whitney, even though you're disappointed tonight, I hope you and all your friends will show the same energy and enthusiasm to help our community in other ways.
It's a tough district for a Democrat to win, right? Yeah. And looking back,
she should run for office again, too.
You think so? I mean, do you think that she will?
Yeah, she was such a dynamic candidate that she pulled money from all over the country, and it was a very impressive race that she ran.
Hillsborough State Attorney's race, very different campaigns here in terms of their approach. We saw a lot of television ads from Suzy Lopez, very few from Andrew Warren. Did he go mostly digital?
I don't know about how he bought his ads, but I saw a lot of them digitally, so I assume he ran that. He had creative videos that he ran, and he ran a pretty big buy on digital. He also sent out direct mail. Both of them sent direct mail back and forth. The thing about that race is, yes, in the beginning it was about Ron DeSantis, but then Suzy Lopez, I thought, did a good job of showing that she was her own person also. And unfortunately, Andrew spent a lot of time complaining about DeSantis taking him out. I think when he beat Mark Ober years ago, it was one of the biggest wins ever in Hillsborough history. He was a dynamic, charismatic candidate. In this race, many of his messages looked like he was complaining, and that was not as effective.
And it also underscores, as we look at these races tonight, the power of the incumbency. How powerful is that? How difficult is it to kick out an incumbent?
It is, but you know, it happens too. So I think Suzy, I would agree. Suzy Lopez, I think, ran a strong campaign on her own. But it's also a great victory for DeSantis if she winds up winning at the end of the day.
The other thing that happened is that there was a big wave of Republicans also. So we see that affecting some of the other races that will come back in a little while.
We haven't necessarily seen it in the state of Florida, but I want to talk a little bit about the crossover vote, some of what we're seeing nationally. We certainly saw Liz Cheney, but we saw her at odds with the President of the United States. We saw Dick Cheney. We saw members of President Trump's administration crossing over and supporting Kamala Harris here. How much does that really happen, do you think? And do you know anybody, Rick, at all, anybody on the Republican side who crossed over and voted for Harris?
I don't know how everybody voted that I know. No. But I don't know of any. No, and I do think it went both ways. I think, you know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. coming over with Trump and many others coming over, Democrats coming over with Trump. So it does happen, but I think the people are pretty solid in their positions.
And also, if you look at the constitutionals in Hillsborough, Bob Enriquez, the last we saw the numbers, was doing fairly well. Craig Latimer was doing fairly well, both Democrats, but they have crossover appeal. So Republicans and MPAs had to vote for them to keep up the numbers that they have.
We want to toss out, if we can, to Miguel Octavio. He's covering the marijuana amendment, Amendment 3 right now. And Miguel, we've seen those numbers come in. A lot more votes still to be counted here. How are they feeling where you are?
You know, we still have a good turnout here at the Pinellas County Democrat Watch Party here, but I would say their spirits are a little bit different here. Hearing the news about former President Donald Trump winning Florida here, and of course, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna also winning here, Congressional District 13 here, bummed their spirits here. There was acknowledgement that Republicans had an advantage over Democrats here throughout the night, seeing those early vote numbers of registered Republicans who voted early, nearly 1 million over here. So they're hoping to get some wins with those constitutional amendments from Amendment 3, which would legalize recreational marijuana, and also Amendment 4, which would enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. Earlier on here during the night, people were feeling excited. They were feeling optimistic despite some of the fact that they knew they were outnumbered when it came to those early votes. Now, Florida does have the opportunity to join nearly half the country when it comes to legalizing recreational pot here, and people here were feeling optimistic, but right now with some of these results, it's just falling short of that 60%. Still, people here say that this is a commonality when it comes to the entire country. 24 states have already realized recreational marijuana here. I spoke with a couple of voters here who had their spirits high when it came to this amendment, along with the abortion amendment as well. Take a listen to what they had to share with me just moments ago earlier on during the night.
You know, I don't think it's a dangerous drug. I think, you know, it should be legal.
I'm fairly hopeful about those two. But then again, this is St. Pete, and this is not all of Florida. I could say I'm hopeful.
A lot about how voters felt optimistic when it came to those two amendments. Living here in St. Pete, they know it has a history of leaning more blue, perhaps not so much here tonight, and they're dismayed by some of the results they've seen so far when it comes to former President Donald Trump winning Florida, and now Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna being reelected here as well. So they were hoping with those two constitutional amendments they could perhaps get those wins, because Democrats say this is something they've been pushing for. Even when it comes to Amendment 3, we saw Republicans within their own party also supporting this. Former President Trump saying he would vote for Amendment 3. Meanwhile, Governor Ron DeSantis using the final stretch of this election to campaign against this here as well. So far here, party for the Democrats still going strong, but their spirit slowly getting dimmer. When it comes to these results, they still have some hope. And of course, we'll keep you posted on those results with those two amendments right here. For now, reporting live in St. Pete, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
Miguel, thank you. And yeah, let's take a look right now at the results that we're seeing for Amendment 3 when it comes to whether to legalize recreational marijuana. At this point, again, it has to get to that 60% threshold, Lars, and it's with 1.1 million vote difference. Could it still get there is the question.
Well, not with 87% of the vote in. It looks like it's pretty well baked in right now. That 60% threshold is set there for a reason. Back when they did it, they wanted to make sure that the Constitution was protected a little bit more than getting to 50% plus one. And in that light, it's doing its job. If we look at the map and see where the green is around the state and we see where the red is, it's basically the rural areas that are at that 44.3%. The more urban areas are voting for it, But the fact of the matter is, with Florida being both a rural and urban state,
right,
you're going to get these kind of results.
And what we talked about looking, this is Miami-Dade, and right now that's where some of the big no is coming from.
And that's so interesting because, again, we've seen with the Rick Scott race tonight and the Donald Trump race that Miami has really turned the corner. Where it used to be a Democratic bastion, we're now talking a more conservative area.
All right, let's go ahead and run through, if we can, some of the amendments that we're looking at. With Amendment 1, that whether school board races should be partisan. At this point, 54 to 45.
I think even the parties, the two parties, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, weren't clear on where they wanted to be on this one as well. And again, you've got to have some backers to really get to the 60% level. So while there was some out there that really wanted to make it partisan, I think the general public thought, the system's not broke, let's keep it nonpartisan.
Let's look at Amendment 2, which is that right to fish and hunt. I mean, this is kind of an overwhelming slam dunk to the state constitution right here, with 67% of the vote, 83% already reporting. And essentially this just makes fishing and hunting kind of the means to population control.
Yeah, it gives them a little more rights to go out and do it when they want to do it and not have to go through the state and the regulatory boards. And so the legislature put it on for a reason. It's really interesting where the one no county is. So, again, that 60% threshold, and we really didn't see much money being put behind this one, so people just went in and voted.
And here we are with Amendment 4. Of course, this is a big one, whether to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. A lot of money on this.
Oh, absolutely, on both sides. And this is the one that Governor DeSantis got very involved with and used some of the state resources to really help fight against this particular amendment. And at 57.2, close but not close enough to put it over. But it's interesting, again, because the solid red is really the panhandle, and it's a more conservative area in Florida. And then down in the Okeechobee area and things, that's very conservative as well.
And with 88%, I mean, to get to that, the 60% threshold is such a high threshold to reach.
It is, especially for anything that's controversial, just like we just saw with marijuana, and now this one, it would have passed overwhelmingly if it was 50.1. And so what people have to be cognizant, though, and the legislators have to be cognizant of this too, is the majority of Floridians really wanted both these amendments.
Right.
And so, there could be a lobbying effort in Tallahassee. There could be people going up there to say, hey, listen to the voices in Florida.
The end.
Right. This is, we didn't get to 60%, but we got to a big majority.
And just touching base, Amendment 5, this is that homestead exemption, 66%. And then Amendment 6, this looks to fail when it talks about repealing public campaigns. All right. Lars, thank you so much. And right now we are coming to you live from across our 10 Tampa Bay digital platforms. And we do want to take a pause right here as we get ready to cut in here on TV to give our broadcast audience an update on tonight's results. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue streaming throughout. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on key races. In the race for president, Donald Trump has been declared the winner here in Florida against Democratic challenger Vice President Kamala Harris. We're going to take a look at some of the state races as well, starting with a winner declared in the race for U.S. District House seat 15. Incumbent Republican Laurel Lee will remain in office, beating out Democrat and longtime Hillsborough County Commissioner Pat Kemp. This district represents eastern Hillsborough and part of Polk County as well. Then in the race for U.S. House District 13, incumbent Republican Anna Paulina Luna, Democrat Whitney Fox. District 13 does remain with Representative Anna Paulina Luna. This represents most of Pinellas County. She's been declared the winner there, and she also expressed her thanks to voters. Listen.
I can tell you that right now we're really excited. You see the the amount of enthusiasm. I think Pinellas County is a bellwether for the state, so we saw the Republican turnout was through the roof. But I honestly just want to thank residents of Pinellas County for trusting me to represent them in Washington.
And taking a look at two ballot measures in Hillsborough, Amendment 1 would renew a half-cent sales tax known as the community investment tax. You're seeing the state attorney race right here for the 13th in Hillsborough County. Suzy Lopez with 53% of the vote, with former state attorney Andrew Warren right there with 47% of the vote. Also, Amendment 2 that we saw on the ballot, this is the referendum that we first saw. This is Amendment 1 right here for the state, talking about partisan school board races. You can see needs that 60%, right now sitting at 55%. And then when it comes to Amendment 3, whether to legalize medical marijuana, that sits at 56%. Again, not quite at that 60% threshold. Amendment 4, another big one that we're watching here in Florida, but also across the country. 57% with a yes, 43% with a no. Will that be it? You know, with the votes that are still out there, will there be enough to overcome that? That is yet to be seen. We have all of the election results for you right now on 10tampabay.com. You can also join us as we stream live on 10 Tampa Bay Plus. You can download that on your favorite streaming device. So Florida really going quickly here. We're still waiting for some outstanding amendments. You know, will they hit that 60%? Will the Associated Press go ahead and call that? There's still some votes out there. So can they get to that 60%? That is what we're waiting for right now. We have seen, the district, the U.S. Congressional district seats here in the Tampa Bay area going to the incumbents and all returning to Washington as well.
A lot of hurry up and wait, as we talked about a little bit earlier. Many people scrolling through their phones trying to figure out what's next. Not safe to presume anything anymore because of what's at the top of the ticket there. And as we talk about the ballot in Florida, we really have to talk about the diversity. So we want to get to a conversation with the NAACP regarding the state attorney race. Emerald Morrow has more.
For the Hillsborough NAACP, what is the most pressing criminal justice issue facing the county? And do you feel that Suzy Lopez has handled that well for this community?
I think the most pressing one is over sentencing and the no bond.
What's your impression of how Suzy Lopez has handled that?
When you have a conversation with her, she says she states the law. But we all know the scales of justice is not balanced.
Can you speak to your thoughts on how this all went down with the governor, Andrew Warren, Suzy Lopez? Do you feel that this was a breach of the law, an overreach of the law for Governor DeSantis to do that?
As the president of the NAACP, I definitely do truly believe that it was overreach. The citizens of Hillsborough County voted him in.
If Suzy Lopez wins in November, how does the Hillsborough NAACP work with her?
We would definitely continue to work with who's ever in that seat, because it's important to the community, because we still have to advocate for the community. But it's not just us having a conversation with her. It's, are the conversations reciprocated and willing to be acted on some of the issues and the concerns that plague African American people when they come into this office. Whoever gets in that seat, just know that the NAACP ain't going nowhere. We're gonna always keep fighting for those who don't have a voice.
And we have, both reporters covering right now the race for state attorney, with Jennifer Titus checking in with Andrew Warren, Emerald Morrow, of course, with Suzy Lopez at that watch party as well. So we will touch base with both of them coming up in a little bit. We do want to go right now to 10 Tampa Bay reporter Miranda Parnell. Miranda, you spoke with Representative Anna Paulina Luna. She was, just a little bit ago declared the winner for the 13th, a big race that nationally they were hoping to flip to a blue seat.
Courtney, that's right. She could barely even make it out of the room because people were so excited at the announcement of that victory. The mood has been pretty electric in here between her victory, the Rick Scott projection, the President Trump for Florida projection. The people here have been pretty amped up. I think I've heard a little bit of chatter about them getting some of the local races with the school board and such that they were hoping for as well. Now, Anna Paulina Luna did finally make her way out of the room, but before she left, we caught up with her, and she says she's ready to get to work with former President Donald Trump if he wins, but she wanted to thank the people of Pinellas County for coming out to vote.
I can tell you that right now we're really excited. You see the amount of enthusiasm. I think Pinellas County is the bellwether for the state, so we saw the Republican turnout was through the roof, but I honestly would just want to thank residents of Pinellas County for trusting me to represent them in Washington.
And we are hearing the speakers kind of kick things back up behind us, so we're going to be waiting to see kind of what the reaction is from whatever they have to say. But we'll continue monitoring things throughout the evening and continue to watch Amendment 4 as well. In St. Pete, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Miranda, thank you so much. And we're starting to see a few more states being called in the presidential election. We just saw New Jersey going to Vice President Kamala Harris.
Right, so those numbers are adding up, the race to 270. Want to get back to our reporter, Aaron Parsegian. He's in Orlando right now at a watch party for the Democratic Party right there, Aaron. Folks are closely watching that map, and they are counting everything up.
Yeah, Frank, and we just heard our loudest boos of the night from the audience and Vice President Kamala Harris supporters here when they called those races in Florida for Donald Trump and Rick Scott projected to win re-election. But we are also hearing some cheers right now when we're taking a look at some of the races here locally in the Orange County area. Congressman Maxwell Frost, the youngest member of Congress who first won election 2 years ago, is projected to win re-election tonight. And I had a chance to talk with him because as we've been hearing throughout the night and from some of our analysts like Lars who've been saying this election for Donald Trump and Rick Scott shows that Florida is a red state. It's not a purple battleground state that it was historically. We're starting to see that trend in 2020 and moving to 2024. So I asked Congressman Maxwell Frost, who is celebrating a win tonight, what makes him think that will change here in Florida moving forward for the future, like him, of the Democratic Party?
And all we have to do is look at these special elections we've had over the last year. Tom Keene, Donna Deegan. We might not have the Republicans might have a voter registration advantage, but the independents are breaking our way. 60, sometimes 65, 70%. We need to continue to bring that coalition together. The problem is for so long, Florida Democrats have been responding to Republicans and not focusing on our agenda that's popular in this state. And so a Republican says, you're a socialist, you're a communist, you're a blah, you're calling us whatever names they're going to call us. And we'd spend all of our time and money on an ad that says, no, I'm not. I don't know about you, but no, I'm not is not a compelling message. But now, we're on the offense. We're talking about Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We're talking about healthcare, climate, gun violence, the economy. And I think what we're going to see is, I think we're going to surprise a lot of people tonight, either by winning or closing those margins. Remember, we lost by 19 points just less than 2 years ago. I think tonight we're going to do a lot better, and we're going to build off of that, and Florida will be a battleground state again.
And well, Florida has went one way. All the folks here, all the Democratic supporters here in Orlando, they're keeping a close eye. Results nationwide. They're still holding out hope that the top of the ticket comes through for their candidate of choice. We're live in Orlando. Aaron Parsegian, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Aaron, thank you. I want to get to this right now because the AP has called this for Amendment 3. It is a no. It did not hit that 60% threshold. So recreational marijuana will not be legalized tonight, this amendment failing this evening.
This is probably one of those amendments that just is the start of the process. I think that after tonight, they'll regroup and either try to go through the legislative process to change the law, or they will certainly see this as a referendum in the future.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the big map right here, our scorecard in the race to 270. And one thing we were talking about right now, you see Trump with 101. This is based on unofficial election results, right, but 101 electoral votes. But this can all change with just a few states, Lars.
Absolutely. As you see, some of the more higher number electoral votes have not come in yet. And again, we're watching and concentrating on Georgia and North Carolina as they will be one of the first ones in. And then, of course, Michigan is now closing, and so is Wisconsin. Wisconsin being more on Central Time, I do believe, is going to start to come in. And this is what we're really watching, is really these 5 states can kind of give us a real understanding of what's going to happen tonight, even though there's still western states to come in. But we might see some movement in these, and that will tell us a lot. Also, I will say Virginia, too. The margin of victory in Virginia is going to go blue, but the margin of victory in Virginia and who is the demographics that are getting those votes could tell us a lot about whether Harris has momentum or whether Trump has momentum.
And we can kind of see, I mean, these, again, 40% of the vote in Virginia. Trump leading here, but again, this is very close, 6,500 votes.
Right. And as we talked before, it's what votes do they count first,
right,
and where do they get the votes from? And there's 3 different ways on that. There's the early vote and absentee ballots. That's one way to get the vote. The second vote that could come in is the rural areas versus the suburban areas. And then if you get the urban areas to come in first, then it's a whole different election. So the numbers are still really young at 40%.
Right. And we know that a lot of you have had questions that you've sent into our verified team as well. Brandon Lewis is verifying that.
Yeah, thanks so much. We have been looking into especially the impact that foreign actors have had on the election, given what happened in Georgia, where there were some bomb threats that were called into voting centers. And the Secretary of State there is saying that it was foreign actors, specifically Russia, that was responsible. We've been tracking this for weeks now. Federal agencies have been warning that Iran and Russia were likely to try to cause some disruptions to the election. And as of today, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence says Russia has been the most active. Now, we looked into several viral videos, and law enforcement says they were actually produced by various Russian troll farms. One of them claimed that a poll worker in Pennsylvania was ripping up ballots, but that state actually didn't start counting ballots until today. So that video couldn't have been produced days or weeks ago. Another video falsely claimed that Haitians had entered the country and voted in Georgia. Law enforcement debunked that one. And a third video claimed that the former aide to Arizona's Secretary of State testified about manipulating the past election. That also never happened. The goal of a lot of these videos is simply to cause people not to trust the election process and the ultimate results that we're going to see. So it's important that if you see some of these videos going viral, you don't share them. And if you're unsure, take a moment, do a quick search, and see if there are any reputable organizations that are talking about them.
All right, great points right there, Brandon. Confusion obviously discouraging a lot of people out there who say, you know what, I'm just going to sit this one out. I've heard that several times over, which is why we've seen some of these influencers, celebrities, imploring people to get registered, to get out there and vote and read the material for themselves.
Well, and I'll say also, our supervisors of elections here in the Tampa Bay area, they make a big push to make sure that people know the process, that they know how to vote, they know when to get registered, and they're doing that as well because you know, they do want people to come and to vote. And we saw with the storms, right, making things difficult in terms of, you know, will this election polling place be open? Will we have the volunteers? And they have
to accommodate.
Right. And then the accommodations that have been made, you know, Pinellas County and Taylor County extending that early voting as well.
Want to get to Dave Wagner for more of a political conversation about what's going on across the map. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, we should mention here that we just were able to call Illinois for Harris, which is no great surprise here. I am here with former St. Pete Mayor Rick Baker and Bill Carlson from Tampa City Council. We appreciate you all being with us tonight. Let's talk a little bit about this red wave. We saw this, you know, so-called red wave in 2022 in the state of Florida here. Not necessarily the rest of the country, but we saw it here in the state of Florida.
Right.
Why do we have that red wave in the state of Florida? What is happening with the demographics of this state?
Well, I think it's interesting because during COVID, I remember that, you know, in Republican circles, there was concern because there was a lot of folks coming into the state from places like New York and California and Washington State and others. And there was concern, well, now are all the Democrats from those states coming into the state of Florida? Well, it turns out that it was mostly more than Democrats, it was Republicans that didn't like the way things were going. They don't like the way San Francisco is being run, and they don't like the way places like Seattle is being run, and Minneapolis, some of the other states in the country. And so the masks and the shutdowns and everything else during COVID. So I think a lot of them came here during that time. Also, I think the Republican Party they really have taken a focus on registrations and on getting organized and early voting and getting the early voting going and the mechanisms going. So which that was used to be much more of a Democratic Party thing. So I think a combination of those things, and it's caused really a very significant wave. I don't think, looking at tonight, I don't think you can any longer question whether Florida's a red state.
Bill, what has happened in the state of Florida and the Democratic Party in particular? Back in the days of Lawton Chiles, a Democratic governor running this state, what do you think has happened to the Democratic Party in the state of Florida?
Well, the Democratic Party in the South was really different historically than it is now. And as it's evolved, we've had a lot of successes and some not. The same thing Mayor said, there was a huge wave of Republicans that moved in that didn't want to wear masks and follow the rules in other states. And as they came in, they started to change the nature of politics. We know in Hillsborough, for example, the last I looked, there were about 16,000 more Republicans than Democrats, which usually doesn't happen. I think Pinellas was like 33,000. And in Hillsborough, for example, even if you ran a really good campaign, the numbers would just overwhelm you. You had to target moderates and some Republicans and MPAs. That's what I did in my race last year, and it looks like Bob Enriquez and some of the other candidates maybe did that this year.
Yeah, I was looking back in 2016. Trump won Pinellas County by 5,500 votes. In 2020, it was Biden won Pinellas County by 1,241. 2016, Clinton won Hillsborough County by about 41,000 votes. In 2020, Biden won Hillsborough County by 48,000, 49,000 votes, around there. Do you think the demographics have changed since then, since 2020, dramatically, since COVID?
The demographics have changed, and as we were talking about off camera, the Hillsborough Democratic Party has had great successes in the last 8 to 10 years. There were 2 coups d'etats inside the Democratic Party in Hillsborough in the last year, and that changed the dynamics of things. At the state level, we had 2 or 3 years of very bad management of the Florida Democratic Party, and now Nikki Fried has been in charge only a year or two. She probably will get blamed for some of the losses, but she's trying to turn things around from the problems of a couple years ago.
Do you believe they're being turned around? Do you sense they are?
I see her on the ground everywhere working really hard to try to mobilize people and motivate them. It's hard to outnumber the numbers that we see here. If you do the best get out the vote campaign and try to sign people up to vote, you can't overwhelm numbers like that of the Republicans that have moved into the state.
You mean we've got more than 1 million registered Republicans in the state, so over the Democrats, 1 million more. So,
and I think some of it probably is I when I was in law school, I worked for Bob Graham.
Yeah.
So and Bob,
Democratic governor,
Democratic government, Lawton Chiles, and remember the old he coon walks just before the light of day.
Absolutely,
and it was a different Democratic Party back then, and I think that there's probably some perception that some of the Democratic Party and the kind of the progressive movement have moved to the left of where the Democrats in Florida were.
But isn't it a different Republican Party as well? When you look at a Bob Martinez, for example, Republican governor of the state of Florida, don't you believe that Bob Martinez and Ron DeSantis are pretty different people?
Well, I think I would more say Jeb Bush, and Jeb Bush was very conservative. Jeb Bush was considered very conservative. He's, as you know, he's a good friend of mine, and we worked very closely with each other and each other's campaigns. And as far as the belief system of Jeb Bush and the belief system of Ron DeSantis, I don't think it's that significantly different. I think they believe in the police protection. They believe that you prosecute criminals. They believe in choice for education. I think a lot of the belief system of the Republican Party have remained consistent.
The other big change that we've seen is a change in the business community in Florida. I've been on the board or involved with the Florida Chamber for maybe 30 years. Right. And 25, 30 years ago, people like Bill McBride, Alex Sink were major leaders of the Florida Chamber. As the leadership of the Florida Chamber changed, it became more and more Republican. And there are very specific strategies to win House seats and Senate seats throughout the state. They're very effective. And the Democrats don't have an alternative to that.
Why did it become more Republican? What happened?
First of all, was the leadership, the paid leadership organized them, mobilized them, but also many business leaders in the state are Republican, and so they mobilized that and put lots of money into the PACs.
Yeah, I want to talk to you, Bill, about the charter amendment in the city of Tampa requiring city residency for some Tampa leaders. Explain that and explain how that kind of morphed a bit.
Yeah, on the city council, well, let me back up. On the charter, for years it said that of course the city council and the mayor have to live within the city, but it also said that the senior managers of the city for the mayor have to live within the city as well. So I passed a rule a few months ago that city council supported, saying that if once a year these managers had to sign a sworn affidavit saying whether or not they lived in the city, and if they lied, they would get fired automatically. That passed. Within a couple weeks, the mayor proposed a charter amendment to remove that requirement. And they played with the language a little bit. What the ballot language says essentially is to reaffirm that city council and the mayor have to live within the city. That's not part of the charter amendment. What it really is to remove the requirement for the senior executives to not live within the city. And I personally disagree with that. I think that especially when you have flooding and other problems that we've been experiencing recently, potholes to flooding in communities, crime, the senior leadership needs to live in the city so that they can experience it and see it themselves.
Is that really, it was the argument, we can't get the best of the brightest if we don't, if we have that requirement in there.
Yeah, the other thing is if you have a stable management where people have predictability, where they think they can last in the city 4 years or 8 years, then they won't mind moving their families either. And so what this new charter amendment is essentially saying is we're not sure if we can convince people to move, so we're going to allow them to live somewhere else.
You required it though.
Yeah, you know, we didn't have a charter requirement for mine, but we had a mayor's requirement for mine. I believe, I don't, the idea that we can't get the best and brightest to live in our city, what are we saying about our city? You know, I for St. Pete, I'm not talking for Tampa.
You don't speak on behalf of Tampa, is that what you're saying,
I'm
right?
not trying, I'm going to pretend to speak on behalf of Tampa. And I don't even speak for St. Pete currently.
Right.
So, but for me,
It almost sounds like you're going to run again.
No.
Okay.
When I served as mayor, I believe that certainly the police chief and the senior leadership should live in the city.
The other argument is, well, the city of Tampa is not affordable. Well, these are the highest paid people in the city. Some of them earn $250,000 a year. If $250,000 a year employees cannot afford to live in the city, we have more serious problems than we imagine. We need to make Tampa and St. Pete more affordable, but we also should have our best and brightest living within the city.
Pretty good night for Republicans in Pinellas County. We're talking the county commission.
Yeah, we had two, Chris Scher and Vince Nowicki, both, I believe they won tonight, and Vince was challenging an incumbent, Charlie Justice, who'd been in the county commission for a long time. And so yes, I think it was a very strong night for Republicans in Pinellas County and in Florida.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're keeping an eye on races across the state while we keep an eye on races across the nation. We saw this back in 2022. There was a bit of a red wave in the state of Florida, but that wave did not continue across the rest of the country. So
well, we'll see where it goes.
We'll see where it goes tonight.
And I want to do a shout out for both Chris and Vince Nowicki. They were young guys working really hard to get in and starting out in the county commission. I think it's a good sign for Pinellas County.
All right, let's check back in with you guys.
All right, Dave, you guys and millions more keeping watch on the results of everything across the map.
In Hillsborough County, there are still a few things that we are waiting for, and that includes the state attorney's race that has yet to be called, with current state attorney Suzy Lopez facing former state attorney Andrew Warren. And we do have Jennifer Titus, who is live for us this evening. And Jen, you've been able to talk with Warren. And we really haven't heard a lot from him during this race, though.
Yeah, it's been quiet, just like it is here at the state's attorney office tonight. It is quiet here. It's quiet right now with his campaign. I've been texting with him back and forth saying, hey, look, there's still 70 precincts left. We're about 379 precincts being reported right now in Hillsborough County, and Andrew Warren is down about 5% from Suzy Lopez. So I texted his campaign asking if there's anything they want to say, any thoughts that he has, and they said no, not right now. He is at home, we know, right now with his family, watching these results come in. It's how he's watched the past few elections, and that's what he is doing right now as these results come in. So it's just kind of quiet right now, waiting to see what goes on. We do know that he is expected to maybe speak later, whether or not he wins this seat back or
sure if he is going to pass it along to Suzy Lopez. So we just have to wait to see as these results come in, guys, but we're still about 70 precincts left here in Hillsborough County. And again, Andrew Warren down about 5%, so something we're just watching as the night continues.
All right, he's watching from home. Many others watching our live stream as we continue this conversation right here throughout the night.
And we've been talking a lot about election security as well this evening. You just heard from our Verify team, Brandon Lewis, speaking about that. Let's bring in Reginald Mitchell from FAMU College of Law. Reginald, when we look at this, you know, it's hard not to think about 2020 and what followed. What are you expecting, you know, tomorrow?
You know, whatever the result is, unlike 2020, I don't think there was a plan to not stack the White House or protect the White House. I don't think the same thing is going to go on, but probably some of the same sentiments might be there. But we learned from January 6th, you know, of 2021 that, you know, 1,000 people have been convicted. So I think we don't need to worry about that kind of incident happening again. But there's still always the question of whether the election was fair.
But what about, exactly that. So voter confidence, you know, have there been changes to fix things?
There have, but they haven't. I mean, you know, at one time they punished social media companies or convinced them to stop allowing things coming in from foreign countries to manipulate the image of the American elections, right? But eventually corporations bought the same social media, and that is continuing.
Well, and part of the process now, Reggie, also is we say we want to make it tangible, right? We have that machine that takes in the ballot.
Right.
That also offers a sense of security to some degree.
And to me, that's the best security. I started out in 2000. I was in private practice doing personal injury law. All of a sudden,
that's
election 2000. That's what started for me. So the 2000 election, Gore versus Bush, right? Every former poli-sci student, right, came out and suddenly became an expert in election law, right? Hanging chads and dimpled chads and all that stuff, right? So we had to reread the Constitution, reread the election laws of the state. And now we're concerned that no matter which party or which candidate you go for, as long as it's a fair race, that's what allows people to sleep.
Reggie, a sudden expert, but then how quickly does it become obsolete as we have to update with the process?
You know, since time began, parties are kind of created to keep in office, right? And so I was working with a lot of nonpartisan groups doing nonpartisan election protection. And then when one group decided that's not necessarily inuring to my benefit, they changed the laws and made it much more difficult to do what we did. And in 2002 and 2004, we were right there in the precinct with the party poll watchers, and we were able to do everything they were able to do. They changed the law and says you can't do that, right? And they changed the law. You had to be so far back from elections, and they changed the voter ID law. They changed the voter registration law. Florida,
because other states have different rules, and we've found that out.
Right. So Florida in particular, not that it was even a toss-up this time, but Florida in particular changed the rules to make it more difficult to do the nonpartisan stuff. So now President Obama, to his credit, saying, stop giving all the money to the nonpartisans, give it to me directly for the party, and now the parties are able to do what we used to do in nonpartisan election protection.
All right, Reggie, thank you so much. And we're going to pause for a moment as we get ready to update our TV audience. Right now, we're coming to you live across 10 Tampa Bay's digital platform. So we're going to get ready to update our broadcast audience with tonight's results. So don't go anywhere. We will continue streaming throughout. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on key races as results come in from across the state. We want to start with how some of those 6 constitutional amendments that you found on your ballot are shaping up. Amendment 3, whether to legalize recreational marijuana for those 21 and older. It needed 60% to pass, but the AP says it will not make it. This amendment has failed. Another one closely being watched tonight, of course, is Amendment 4, the right to abortion. It needs 60% to pass. This has not been called yet, but you can see right there, 57% of voters approving that. Yes, and you can see 67%. You just watched that live, or excuse me, this is Amendment 2. You just watched that one live on TV flip. If we can go to Amendment 4, if we have that, we want to take a look at Amendment 4, which is a big one here in the state that we are watching as we talk about whether to enshrine abortion rights. And again, this one is close, 57% to 43%. It has not been called. We are staying on top of that. Now, we do want to go to Amendment 5. That one also has not been, Amendment 1 has not been called either for school board races, 55 to 45. We're also waiting for Amendment 5 as well as Amendment 6. Amendment 5 is looking at whether to increase the homestead exemption to account for inflation. This one, 66% of the vote yes. And Amendment 6 right there, this one failed as we were talking about campaign financing. All of the congressional seats have also been decided. In the race for District House 15, the incumbent Republican Laurel Lee will remain in office. Beating out longtime former Hillsborough County Commissioner Pat Kemp. Looking at District 13, we have Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican here, beating Democrat Whitney Fox, and Paulina Luna will stay in Washington. We are awaiting the results right here. Suzy Lopez, Hillsborough County State Attorney, facing former State Attorney Andrew Warren. This one has not been called. On Hillsborough's ballot, if you're a Hillsborough County voter, then you also saw this. Whether to renew the community investment tax, this right here, sitting at yes. It just needed 50% to pass. It still has not been called yet, but we're keeping an eye on that. You can find all of the latest results on 10tampabay.com. You can also stream us live right now on 10 Tampa Bay Plus. Download that on your favorite streaming device.
All right, Courtney, you just mentioned Amendment 2 as well in terms of hunting and fishing. Some of the people opposing passing that, concerned about the safety of animals out there, endangered species and what have you. So a lot of push and pull going back and forth between all of these amendments, all 6 of them.
Yeah, but that one handedly passed. I mean, that one had kind of an overwhelming percent.
For context.
Yeah, and that, I mean, essentially looking at that, the way that was kind of sold, right, is this is just making fishing and hunting kind of the means to control population and whatnot. And when we look at other amendments that we're still waiting, because it is that 60% threshold, and while there's some of the vote out there, will it be enough to reach that? That's the question that we're watching.
All right, want to get to Eric Glasser right now at Donald Trump's watch party. Eric, what is the temperature out there right about now?
Well, let me see, Frank. I'll try and gauge that for you. Well, we've definitely heard sporadic rounds of applause here inside the convention center in West Palm Beach as states have gone to Donald Trump. This is, after all, his watch party. One of the loudest, as you might imagine, was when they announced that the state of Florida had gone to Trump. But it's not just that. Also, South Carolina, we heard a similar round of applause from people here. Supporters say that they are glad to see states going that they thought would go to Donald Trump doing so. But those who understand the math also know that in order for Donald Trump to reach that 270 electoral votes, the races to watch are going to include Georgia, North Carolina, and, of course, Pennsylvania. The former president is watching the election returns at his home in Mar-a-Lago, just a few minutes away from here. Meanwhile, I'm told that some of his supporters are attending another party in an adjacent hotel, as we discussed earlier. Security has been exceptionally high, so it's taken a while for folks to get inside. And that might explain why the convention center hasn't quite filled up yet, but those who are here are enthusiastic about what they've seen so far.
Really feeling good about it. I mean, I would say it feels different from 2020. We feel like there's a tremendous groundswell.
Had a hard time sleeping last night because I knew I was going to be here. Got up at about 3 o'clock this morning. Just really been enjoying the entire day. And the crowd, the atmosphere is phenomenal.
And some of the people I've spoken with say that they are also more confident in the outcome of this election than they were in 2020. There are lawyers, they say, scattered around the nation, people at the polls watching for any irregularities. Again, no big surprises so far. The states that were expected to go to Kamala Harris have gone that way. The states that were expected to go to Donald Trump have gone that way. It's really going to come down to those undecided states, the ones where we know that there are going to be those razor-thin margins. Again, places like North Carolina, and ultimately it may turn out Pennsylvania, depending upon how that goes, may well determine the outcome of the election. The crowd, as you might hear behind me right now, applauding as they have announced the state of Texas. We'll bring you more reaction from here as we get it. For now, live in West Palm Beach, Eric Glasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Eric, thanks so much. Yep, we're starting to see a lot of these states being called, some that we are expecting, right? Yeah. Being called for both of those candidates. We want to go right now to Emerald Morrow, who is live with Suzy Lopez's campaign. And Emerald, looking right now at where things stand, Lopez is leading here with 53% of the vote, but that's a difference of about 34,000 votes, 91% of the vote coming in. What are they saying?
Well, Courtney, we are actually getting word that Warren is conceding to Suzy Lopez. He actually sent us a statement, if you would give me just a second to pull that up. He's not going to be giving any interviews, but what I am able to confirm in that statement, he said, quote, "I am proud of the race we ran. The best candidate doesn't always win, especially when the other side cheats, illegally suspending you, then spending millions of dollars lying about you. But today's result doesn't change the facts. I made Hillsborough safer, improved the system, and fought for our freedoms and values." And I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's happening behind me because I think Suzy Lopez is going to speak, but I want to finish this statement. "I want only what's best for our community, and I hope Lopez grows into this role to become an effective and independent state attorney." Let me step out of the way.
Just a moment ago, Andrew Warren called Suzy Lopez to concede.
Hey guys. Okay.
I'm gonna turn my box on. I'm gonna turn my box on. I'm gonna turn my transmitter on over there.
Hey guys, just want to let you know again that he has conceded. We do see Suzy preparing to take the stage, so we are hearing some speeches right now. We're just gonna take this live.
Never run a race in Hillsborough County. The hardest working state attorney that Hillsborough County has ever seen and will continue to see. Ladies and gentlemen, the duly elected state attorney.
Hearing from Senator Rick Scott right there, accepting the win this evening. I can take it back really quickly if we want to take a peek at that race, because it was a big win for Scott tonight for a lot of reasons.
For a lot of reasons, because it is his biggest political win ever, because he's only been in really tight races. So to come out of the state by 1.3 million is a good victory for him. But it's a good night for incumbents throughout the state of Florida. We saw that in all the congressional races, including what was perceived to be one of the most highly contested races. We have seen all incumbents win thus far.
And this was another one because you had kind of name recognition in this race with former Hillsborough County Commissioner Pat Kemp, former Secretary of State.
And what was really interesting about this was Congressman Lee. She had gotten on the wrong side of Donald Trump back in the primary days, and he was going to primary her, and then they worked through some things, and then he eventually ended up endorsing her, and so she went ahead and won as an incumbent.
And, Kathy Castor here, I just want to point this out because, she's been in Congress since 2006 and she has survived redistricting and other challenges as well.
Well, actually, as we saw that the Pinellas voters, the ones in St. Petersburg, the Democrats, joined the Tampa district and has really made it more of a safer district for Democrats.
Yeah. All right, let me bring up our electoral map here because we are also, really looking at that this evening. We heard Eric say Texas called for Trump. Our map is not yet reflecting
Which of course will really skew these numbers over here because when they do call that, he'll immediately go up to 160 because Texas is a big electoral vote.
And of course, in order for a candidate to win, you need 270 electoral votes. I don't know who we're going to, but let's go ahead and do it. Suzy Lopez is speaking right now.
My law enforcement brothers and sisters, my brothers and sisters across the aisle, thank you. And we will continue to do what we've done for the past 27 months, which is, hi guys, which is work hand in hand with our community partners, our law enforcement partners, and we will continue to give a voice to victims. Tonight, I am wearing a bracelet. It is in honor of Harrison Boonstapple, who 1 year and 1 week ago lost his life in Ybor City. And it's been my honor for my team and I to represent and get justice for him. And so this bracelet represents just one of the many families who have been so brave to come forward and to work with us because we give a voice to victims and their families. And it's our honor and we will continue to do that. To my team, thank you. I love everybody right now, really. Thank you all very much. Chief Brian Dugan is here. He's been with me literally from day one. When we stood up on that stage a little over 27 months ago, and the biggest leap of faith that I've ever taken. Thank you for your faith in me. Thank you for working with me. God bless Hillsborough County, and God bless each one of you. Thank you.
Hearing right there from incumbent Suzy Lopez, who just accepted a win this evening. She will keep her position as Hillsborough County State Attorney. This was a race that had a lot at stake with that. We had former State Attorney Andrew Warren, who was replaced by Lopez by the governor in 2022. And so this was a big decider for voters in Hillsborough County.
Hotly contested, a lot going on indeed. Want to take you back to D.C. and get to our reporter Marcella Robertson, who is at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater right there. What are folks doing out there in terms of looking at the map and responding to it?
Yeah, good evening to you both. I mean, it has really turned into quite the party out here. Of course, the backdrop here, Howard University and HBCU right here in Washington, D.C. And if you've ever been to a homecoming out here, I mean, this is kind of the mood and the vibe that we are feeling right now. Of course, this is also Vice President Harris's alma mater. She graduated here in 1986. And really just a sea of people that have filed in right now, anxiously waiting for the Vice President to take the stage at some point tonight. We're not exactly sure when, but we will, of course, bring that to you live. But, she graduated here again, 1986, and she has chosen the yard here as this backdrop, as kind of this finale for her campaign. And, of course, her supporters here, her campaign, hoping that she will end this campaign with a victory speech here on the stage here behind me. You know, this is a very, very tight race. Unclear exactly when we will know the results of this election, but of course that is a hope here. You know, this has really been such a whirlwind of a campaign for the vice president. She was really thrust into the spotlight here just about 100 days ago when President Biden announced that he was stepping down out of this race and ended up endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. And since then, she has really pushed forward this message of unity, saying that she is ready to help lead the country in a different direction, away from one where politics is led by fear and division, and one where she can really be a president for everyone, even those that she disagrees with. And I do want to mention it's just been kind of a celebration here, that kind of feel here tonight. We have seen members of the Divine Nine, black fraternities and sororities performing here, strolling on the yard here. We also just heard from the university's president about 20 minutes ago, really talking about the university here, the yard here, and what it symbolizes. Again, he also said tonight this is really all about unity, that same message that Vice President Harris has really been pushing to her supporters and voters over the last several weeks and final days in this campaign. And so again, hundreds of people waiting here tonight, watching and waiting for her to take the stage. Back to you.
Marcella Robertson live for us from Washington, D.C., from Howard University, where we are expecting to see Vice President Kamala Harris this evening. I do want to update you on this because this is a big one in Florida, one of the biggest races that we were watching this evening in terms of Amendment 4. Would voters go ahead and approve the amending the Constitution to enshrine the right to an abortion, and it's no.
Right. Probably the two most watched amendments in Florida was the marijuana amendment and Amendment number 4, the right to abortion, and both have failed now. And so in that light, it's probably been a good night for someone who's not even on the ballot, and that would be Governor DeSantis, who put a lot of his political muscle behind defeating these two amendments. And so throughout the state, with the way Republicans are winning the state and the way the state has turned pretty red, good night for DeSantis, except for maybe still some of the school board races. As we saw in the primary, he lost a few seats in the school board, and in the general election, I know in Pinellas County, his person he endorsed has lost in Pinellas County. So that's the only weakness so far I see that DeSantis has had here in Florida. Otherwise, it's a pretty good night for him, pretty good night for Republicans.
And and it doesn't end here though when it comes to, I mean, right now the 6-week abortion ban remains in place. Nothing changes tomorrow, but that doesn't end the fight for abortion rights supporters.
Not at all. And when you see the number, 57%, again, that's 7 percentage points over the just simple majority. So they have a lot of strength behind that number. It just couldn't get to the 60 threshold. And now we'll see what happens at the top of the ticket in terms of the presidential race, because this is still going to be an issue. It just depends who controls the White House as to how much of an issue.
And right now, looking at the scorecard here as we wait to see who will reach 270 electoral votes. And anything on this map right here, Lars, as we're taking a look at this that is unexpected at this moment? Well,
again, we don't see it up here on this board, but Virginia right now is a little bit leaning towards Trump, which is the first time that has happened, but that's only about 50% of the vote. Texas going red is no surprise. And right now the map is filling in the way people thought it would fill in. We're just waiting for these uncalled states because those 5 in particular could tell us who the next president's going to be.
Yeah, looking at the Sun Belt right here, I mean, the polls are still open on the West Coast and in Nevada and Arizona as well. So that's TBD right there. But Pennsylvania as well, one thing, with 19 electoral votes up for grabs. I mean, that's a big grab right there.
It's a big grab, and it's Trump's only way to the presidency. He must win Pennsylvania in order to get there. Where Harris, if she was to take either Georgia and North Carolina, then it would all come down to Nevada. If she was to lose Pennsylvania, she could still get to 22 electoral votes, and that would over Trump the 19, and she has that pathway as well.
Let's take a look because we're able to, check out our key states here that we've kind of highlighted as we're looking at these unofficial election results, just to see where things stand in terms of who's leading where, and we can kind of see as well when we look at this. I mean, obviously Nevada's still open right there, but Georgia 68% of the vote in, and Trump leading there by almost.
Again, we will see where is that population base. Is it coming in from, has Atlanta already reported? If it has, then Harris is in trouble. If Atlanta hasn't reported, Fulton County, then Harris may have a shot. And we see Michigan still just the early vote there. And
North Carolina, where you have 16 electoral votes up for grabs here, but 42% of the total vote in.
Yeah, it's not really until you get up to the 70-80% that you can really tell which way things are swinging.
What about Virginia right here? I mean, it's so close.
Yeah, it is. But the interesting thing about Virginia is the precincts that usually report last are Northern Virginia, and that's really Democrat turf. And so we see this a lot in Virginia, where the Republican will lead for a while, and then the final votes will start coming in from Loudoun County and some of the
Right.
bigger counties up in the northern part of Virginia and flip it to the Democrat. And of course, Wisconsin, just probably the polls just closed there like 15
Yeah.
minutes ago. And so that's very, very early.
Yeah, and so we will continue to, monitor what's happening in these key states, but also what's happening across the country. We did for Republicans, it has been a good night in Florida.
Definitely a good night again for Donald Trump winning Florida outright. Rick Scott winning by the largest margin he's ever won. The incumbents, we know that our congressional district is heavy on Republican incumbents, so they all are going back to Washington. So again, really just some of the local races may be the only thing that Democrats can hang their hat on, but the trends seem to be trending towards Republicans.
And just want to touch on Representative Castor here, because yes, while this is, there is more Democrats in this district in the 14th, I mean, people crossing the line to vote for her as well, maybe.
Right, and she's a very well-funded candidate, and he wasn't nearly as well-funded. He had the Trump backing, but there was no big push.
All right, big amendment that we were watching this evening, Amendment 4, and that has failed. Miranda Parnell has been staying on top of this issue and joins us live. Miranda.
Courtney, they're cheering right now, but actually this is probably the most calm that it's been here at this GOP watch party here in Pinellas County. About an hour ago, I think it was probably because Governor DeSantis tweeted that the amendment had failed about an hour ago before we got those official results, but these folks had already cheered for that failure for Amendment 3 and Amendment 4. Now, we spoke to the chairman of the GOP political party here in Pinellas County, and he told us that he just didn't like the way that the amendment was presented. He didn't think that that was the way to address laws. He said that's what the legislator is for, not that we should be adding things to the Florida Constitution. So he said that he was hoping and happy to see those amendments fail. That was earlier in the night, so now that has come true. But we have some sound that he told us about earlier today, as well as from some folks who were hoping to see that amendment succeed.
Well, we are the parental rights state, so that's what it's all about. And I find in talking to voters, that's the big issue, is the taking away the parental notification right. And so I think that's going to have a big part of it not passing.
It's really ridiculous that government, with this government overreach that has gotten involved with the decision that a woman should be able to make with her doctor. We got to stop that.
We are going to continue to watch election results roll in here at this watch party. Again, it is dwindling down, though. And we're also going to see if we can catch up with some of the reproductive rights groups to find out what they're thinking for their next move. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
A lot of chatter out there. Got to think that conversation is going to go for some time. Right now, I want to get to Chris Hurst, who is live for us discussing the Hillsborough school tax. Chris, what's the word this evening?
Yeah, the word is that this referendum overwhelmingly passed. We just talked about the amendments statewide looking like they won't be able to cross that 60% threshold. Here in Hillsborough County, the question that was asked to voters is, should there be an extra $1 per $1,000 tax on property that's assessed in the county that would go specifically to the school district in an attempt to try and retain and recruit teachers to the district because of uncompetitive salaries in relation to other counties. There were people thinking that maybe it would cross 50%, maybe getting 53, 54. Right now, with most of the precincts reporting in Hillsborough County, this measure passed by voters overwhelmingly. 66% of the vote in favor of this new tax, specifically to go to the school district. I want to bring in now Hillsborough County Schools Superintendent Van Ayers. And Van, 65%.
I know, we're blown away. I mean, this is incredible, beyond any expectations that we had. But this goes to show the product that we provide every single day to our students. We have incredible staff, and that product that we have, we're an outstanding school district. And I just want to thank our community, number one, for investing in our students. In the end, this is what this is about, is about our students and providing the best classroom experience possible for them. But yeah, overwhelmed right now with the 66% number. That confidence that our community has in our local public schools just means so much, and I want to thank them for their confidence, Hillsborough County Public Schools, and we're just going to keep getting better.
I mean, this measure faced a lot of opposition, lawsuits, some negative attacks, even against you yourself. What do you think it means then to see voters reject all of that in such an overwhelming fashion?
Yeah, in the end, it's about students in Hillsborough County, right? That's what, in the end, that's what this turns into. And with students, it turns into providing that best classroom experience, which for us is around teachers and having to be able to recruit and retain the best quality teachers here in Hillsborough County. And that's really what it turns into and what it's about. And I just, again, want to thank our community for the support that they gave. I think that 66 number, again, just shows it's what we do every day, right? Every day in Hillsborough County, 180 days in a school year. I always preach to our our staff about consistency, being great every day, and it showed, and we do that. And then to have that overwhelming number is just means so much to me.
So you'll have that extra salary supplement, as you were telling me earlier, for school district personnel. What part of the pie, what percentage would you say this measure is for the overall plan to make sure that other counties don't continue to poach teachers?
Right, so this $1 million will generate approximately $177 million a year, and it's for 4 years. So after a proportionate share goes to charters, what that'll turn into is for our instructional employees, it's a $6,000 salary supplement. So right now our starting teachers, to give you an example, right now start at $48,500. So moving into, with this salary supplement, with an extra $6,000, that starting teacher salary will be at $54,500, which puts us right there competitive with the other surrounding school districts that are at $55,000, $57,000. So it puts us right there to be able to compete and not lose great teachers to surrounding school districts.
But what other things do you need to do? Because it's only one piece of the puzzle to make sure that you can fill all of these vacancies. What is next then on your agenda?
Yeah, so within that, so specifically to that millage referendum, what it also provides besides the competitive salaries, it turns into other instructional programs as well. So we're looking at some things around additional counselors as well, and then field trips. So going beyond the classroom, right, outside the classroom, to having field trips for all of our grade levels, just providing that best experience for our students.
How much do you think this will make a difference in being able to be competitive with other school districts?
This means everything. This means everything. Without this, that's why we as a school district, with our community, we were pushing this as much as we were. We couldn't wait. We could not wait, and we were sitting in a place to where we couldn't be competitive with surrounding school districts and even large school districts in the state of Florida that all have this additional revenue. It just put us a place. We were just on a level playing field, and we had to take this approach to provide what's best for our students, and we did. I'm just so happy I'm happy for our students in Hillsborough County, because they're going to have, moving forward, the best classroom experience.
Superintendent, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so again, this referendum that was put to Hillsborough County voters passes overwhelmingly 65 to 66% of the vote to add an additional $1 tax for every $1,000 of assessed value for property for homeowners here in Hillsborough County. This new millage will take place and take effect in July. Live in Tampa, Chris Hurst, 10 Tampa Bay.
Van Air is allocating a hefty receipt right there. When asked what it means, he says everything.
Yeah, and I want to check in on the school board race as well. This was really another referendum that was on the ballot when you have Lynn Gray, who is a current school board member, been on the school board since 2016. And this is a very close race. It has not been called this evening. Karen Bendorf, a mom of 6, who's also a public school teacher, a teacher of 13 years, she, challenging Gray here. These school board races really will reflect, as Lars was talking about, on Governor DeSantis as well. So looking at that race, it's very close. Overwhelmingly, voters said, yes, we want to support education, we want to support our teachers and fund that. But looking at that school board and who they want sitting there, still too close to call. Lynn Gray is leading tonight.
Super tight race right there. And getting back to that conversation that Chris was having with Van Ayers, a lot of people want to know, what does that look like? So breaking it down, delineating, we're talking about field trips, retaining better teachers, longer. Retention rate is everything, as the teachers are the foundation for that education that students are getting, is what he was saying.
Yeah, the district has to remain competitive. And when they were looking at the CIT, and I know we're going to touch base with Dave Wagner and the analysts in just a minute, and I'm interested to hear from Bill Carlson on this, because if we look at the community investment tax, is there enough in there for the schools as well? That was one of the big debates as well from the school board.
Yeah, ultimately, where do our children fall on the ballot right there?
We are going to pause for a moment because we are coming to you live across 10 Tampa Bay digital platforms, but we do need to get our TV audience, our broadcast audience, updated on tonight's election results. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue streaming throughout. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on key races as results are coming in from across the state. We're going to check in on the race for state attorney for Florida's 13th. Republican Suzy Lopez is celebrating declaring victory tonight. Her challenger, Democrat Andrew Warren, has made headlines after he was removed from office. The governor appointed Lopez to the job. Warren has conceded this evening, and he says that he is proud of the race that he ran. Taking a look at two ballot measures in Hillsborough, Amendment 1 would renew a half-cent sales tax known as the Community Investment Tax, that right now with 52% of the vote, and Hillsborough's Amendment 2, the public school millage, that property tax, adding that to your property tax. The school district says that they need that for competitive salaries, and that 66% of the vote, overwhelming right there. Across the Bay, the Pinellas County School Referendum would also change the millage to 1 mil to help the school district recruit and retain teachers and staff. And you can see right there, overwhelming support with 68%. And here's how some of the 6 constitutional amendments are shaping up right now. The AP has declared Amendment 4, the right to abortion, will not pass. There will not be a change to the amendment to the Constitution there. The other amendment also making a lot of headlines, Amendment 3, whether to legalize recreational marijuana for those who are 21 and older, needed 60% to pass, but the AP says it will not reach that threshold and has failed. Amendment 2 has passed, exceeding that 60% with 67% voter approval. It will add the right to fish and hunt to the state's constitution. And turning to Amendment 1, which will decide whether the race for school board seats should be partisan starting in 2026, needed 60%. It has not yet made it. It has not been called by the Associated Press, but the U.S. Senate race here in Florida has been, with the AP declaring Rick Scott the winner in this race. He faced Democratic opponent Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, but Rick Scott with an overwhelming percentage of the vote this evening. And right now you can find all of the results to tonight's races. We have that for you on our free 10 Tampa Bay app for your phone, and also on our website as well. And you can also stream right now on the 10 Tampa Bay Plus app. Download that to your favorite streaming app or smart TV.
All right, the race to 270 continues as we continue to give you the results of the local races and well beyond that, as people are monitoring the situation across the map and checking out what the polls have to say.
Yeah, well, you know, do the polls match up? I'm not sure. In Florida this evening, 30 electoral votes at stake. That went to former President Donald Trump. That's already been called. In Florida, a lot of these things have already been called, including the amendments, which did not go as expected in many of those amendments, looking at Amendment 4 as well as Amendment 3, as some were hoping.
Yeah, closer than expected in some of those amendments as well, though.
Yeah, they need 60% to voter approval to of course, pass. And we do have Dave Wagner with our analysts, and I do want to toss it out to Dave. Dave, we were talking about that community investment tax in Hillsborough County and all of what that funds that's been in place for a very long time. You have Bill Carlson with you. What does he have to say? Yeah, well, I'm here with former St. Pete Mayor Rick Baker and Bill Carlson from Tampa City Council. I should mention here that Bill is also president of a PR firm, the PR firm Tucker Hall. And I know you were involved in some of the firm was involved in some of these issues, but you know, we look at these tax referendums in Hillsborough County, and it wasn't always pouring a ton of money into something. In some of these campaigns, it was more of a lean and mean approach.
Yeah, the most interesting thing from a political point of view is the school tax. The budget was something like $40,000, and but it was a strong grassroots campaign, and it won by 66%, at least as of right now. The other one had $700,000 or $800,000, and it was mostly digital campaign. But it also relied heavily on elected officials to lobby for it. And my advice to them was, don't have the elected officials speaking out for it. Let the people in the community, let the grassroots speak out. And with more money, they only got 52%. And so it shows that you really need to use grassroots.
When it comes to these changes to the state constitution, the 60% rule that is in place, or the threshold that has to surpass 60% or more, How did that ever come to be?
And it was from the Florida Chamber Foundation pushed it. Do you remember the Pregnant Pigs Amendment?
Mm-hmm.
So there was an amendment passed that protected pregnant pigs that couldn't be put in a cage. And there was a lot of angst about that because you think about the Constitution of the United States as a sacred document. We don't want to be editing it constantly. And the same feeling was about the Florida Constitution. Why would we constantly add amendments to it? And so there were ideas that that things should be handled by the legislature instead. Many times people put up an amendment because they think they can't get what they want from the legislature. And so the Florida Chamber Foundation or Florida Chamber pushed for the 60% rule to try to weed out those efforts that didn't have majority support.
Yeah,
and I think that's a good thing. I think there should be a higher threshold to get into the Constitution, especially because you don't want your ballot every time to be 30 different issues that people, like Bill says, could not get through the legislature to go back and punt. Let's make it a constitutional amendment and get it in the Constitution.
Why do you think other states have only made it 50%?
I don't think they're as smart as we are. I just don't. But going back to what Bill said about the passing of the taxes for both school board and for the penny, of course in Pinellas County, we've consistently every 10 years come back to pass the penny for Pinellas. And I believe if people see what the money's being spent for, if they're educated as to it, and they're good programs and legitimate programs, people don't mind taxing themselves. They don't mind taxing themselves for schools, to make better schools. And it's interesting because at the same time, the people voted to reduce their taxes by indexing the homestead exemption to inflation going forward tonight, which has been on the ballot.
When we look at the Andrew Warren-Suzy Lopez race, this is a contentious race, but it didn't necessarily play out that way in the broadcast advertising. As you mentioned, Andrew Warren maybe did more on the digital side. Suzy Lopez, we saw a lot of her attack ads on Andrew Warren. What are your thoughts on that race tonight as you see the results come in? Pretty convincing victory for Suzy Lopez tonight.
Well, this is more Bill's area and bailiwick, but I would just say two impressions that I have. One is that it's a little disappointing to see almost a bitter response on his concession speech tonight that he came out. That probably was an opportunity for him to heal.
Well, he's still fighting that in court, so I don't think he's given up on his efforts. Yeah.
But also I think, even though I think it reflects Suzy's independent fight for that race and good campaign that she ran, it's also a great victory for DeSantis. There's no doubt about that.
Democrats were very disappointed that the governor took out Andrew Warren. Andrew was a star in the Democratic Party. He was very charismatic, won overwhelming victory against the incumbent, and then won a second time. And with that disappointment, though, the campaign should have acknowledged their disappointment and then redirected. The problem is that the community has gone through 2.5 years of negative messaging, and we heard it even in the concession speech tonight. And unfortunately for Andrew Warren, Suzy Lopez is now the duly elected state attorney of Hillsborough County. What I hope will happen after this point is that we'll be able to bring the community together. You heard Yvette, the leader of the ACP, and even though she probably supported Andrew, now the community has to come together. And we need everyone to find out who Suzy Lopez is, try to get to know her in the community, because she is going to be the state attorney for the next 4 years. Our community should not go forward in a bitter partisan way from here. We need to make sure that everybody's civil rights are protected.
Rick, taking a look at, there's a lot of questions, and candidates have brought up the integrity of this election. You were part of that recount back in 2000, the Bush-Gore recount in the state of Florida here. How far do you think we've come? And do you think we have measures in place to prevent something like that from happening again? We were talking, hanging chads and dimpled ballots and all kinds of things.
Yeah, I think obviously we've come a long ways. And actually, there's an old expression, if you have a really tight election, it's going to show all the flaws in the system, and that's what we had in 2000. I mean, the whole world was had their eyes on Florida at a very close margin, and we were going county by county by county. I was one watching the hanging chads and all that during that period of time. But I do think Florida has modified their voting system to have both the paper ballot and the electronic ballot and the electronic keeping track of that as you go, so you can always have proof of it if you need. I think Florida runs a pretty good election. You know, you can't say there's never going to be anybody doing anything wrong or doing anything illegal, but I think generally you feel pretty good about the way Florida is running their elections.
All right. We'll get back to you here in just a few minutes here, but I can tell you just, you know, when we're off camera, these two get along despite the fact that you got a Republican right here, got a Democrat right here. You guys tend to agree on a number of things.
We do.
Nice
We
to
do.
see.
Yeah.
Nice to see. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Great to see. All right. Thank you, Dave. All right. I want to get back out to Miguel Octavio as he has some conversation going about Amendment 3. Miguel, this has a lot of people talking one way or the other in terms of maybe being divided on the issue.
Yeah, we're here at the Pinellas County Democrats Watch Party, and the party here just really ended moments ago, and I think it's symbolic of the sad tones that were out here. This party began with such high spirits, high optimism for some of the local issues we've been talking about, like Amendment 3, Amendment 4, but for them, unfortunately, that did not pass. They had high hopes for this. They knew early on that Republicans had an advantage with the more early voters that were GOP, and they really felt that with these constitutional amendments, they could perhaps get some of those wins for Democrats, but tonight that did not happen. They felt disappointed. They had their hopes up for this. Certainly with the other local races they were following as well, including Congressional District 13 with Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. There were tears here tonight, I can tell you, and there was just a moment of feeling surreal. They could not believe that some of these amendments did not meet that 60% threshold. I did speak with the Pinellas County Democratic Chair just moments ago as some of these early results were coming in. She was still processing some of these results, but she did admit she felt disappointed. Take a listen to what she had to say.
In this cycle, we had more Republicans than I've ever seen coming to us and telling us that they were voting for our ticket. So I know that there was a movement and a shift in the sentiment of the way people were feeling about what the results that they wanted. So yes, tonight was a little bit surprising.
Now, there was also high hopes that people who are maybe nonpartisan, not party affiliated, would show out for Democrats here, but tonight that's something they did not see. Again, they knew Republicans had an advantage early on with these early votes, so they were hoping some of these constitutional amendments would provide some of these wins for Democrats, but tonight this party ending on a somber note. A lot of people leaving here feeling disappointed. They were hoping to get those big wins with Amendments 3 and 4, but that did not happen. I asked the county chair, though, the Pinellas County Democratic chair, what's next for them. She says this fight isn't over. She's going to try to get more registered voters to shift to her side over here, and that they're just going to try to keep their spirits up. But obviously tonight here, just a lot of disappointment here. These were not the results people were hoping for. Live in St. Pete, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
The saga continues. Needing 60% of the vote did not happen.
Yeah, that's a big threshold to reach. Let's bring in Reginald Mitchell from Florida A&M College of Law. Reggie, when we look at the results that are starting to roll in, everything that we're talking about when we declare a race, these are unofficial election results.
Right.
So they still have to be certified, and there's a very strict process that gets followed. Right. And at least in Florida.
Right, and the Founding Fathers wanted the Electoral College, and most states have a statute which specifically tell you how you certify the votes, right? And so it's not just the Secretary of State from on high that does it, but Florida has 67 counties. You add them up by a process, and the day after the election, it gets certified in each county, and then it's sent up to a state by a date certain. And Florida has a statute that says specifically how you saw it with a popular vote, we're automatically bound to do that. So some states can deviate from that, but not Florida. Yeah. So it's probably going to go as planned.
And Reggie, even as a seasoned expert here, you were telling me you've been through this several times over. There were times you could not sleep because of this certification process.
And it's probably gotten back to that. But when you work so hard, whether nonpartisan or partisan, and it doesn't go your way, you know, people look for flaws and people start to talking. And so we were worried about in 2000, those hanging chads and ballots. whether the machines did something wrong. And right, and Florida's stuck with paper ballots. And so I think there's a lot more security knowing that if anything goes wrong, if something tangible goes wrong, you get an automatic recount. It's within 1% or 0.5%. Then you count the paper ballots and you trust but verify that.
0.5% triggers that automatic machine recount. A 0.25% triggers that that manual recount. You know, while every vote might not be counted, every ballot is accounted for. If that makes sense. And that's why we, you know, there are people who voted provisional. And that was so here you're going to have the canvassing board. They go through each one of those ballots. And there's right now for those who maybe had to vote provisional or another way, they have that opportunity to cure.
And sometimes we tell people to vote provisionally, but if you got to meet a very strict standard by state election law and the canvassing commission in each county the next day, if it's an ID issue or whatever it is, that commission has to decide it. But usually they go by what is truly is supposed to happen.
And it was those provisional ballots in Pennsylvania that really, that was a big question. Just was it earlier this week, or last week?
Right. And so I think there was some question put into about the security of the ballots or whether legal and voters are entitled to vote. But that's the process, right? They had provisions for that if somebody is not entitled and attempted to do that, they'll ferret that out and do it properly.
And we see these efforts working in real time. I can say I myself at the polls, and a gentleman didn't realize, unfortunately, that he had voted for both candidates, right? So, and the machine picking that up. But then in other cases, maybe a machine is down or something like that, and that really taints the trust in the whole system. But you're here to say you've seen it through the whole process, and it works itself out.
Right. It's not absolutely perfect, but it's about as perfect as we can probably get it.
All right, Reggie, thank you so much. We have Emerald Morrow, who is joining us live. She has been monitoring the state attorney race all evening, and she is with Suzy Lopez, who, again, keeps her position as Hillsborough County's state attorney. Emerald?
Yes, she is now the first female to be actually elected state attorney here in Hillsborough County. So this is a huge victory for her, and she says this is also a huge victory for the county because one of her big priorities is making sure that everyone stays safe. She says she is prioritizing advocating for victims. Another thing that we also talked about was juvenile sentencing. As you probably heard in one of the stories that we aired tonight, I sat down with the NAACP who talked about being really concerned about over-sentencing, particularly in the African American community. Suzy Lopez says, look, I want to sit down with everyone. I want to talk with everyone. We want to make sure that we're getting young people before they start to commit some of these very, very violent crimes. But she says, look, hey, if you do commit a violent crime, you will pay for that. So that is something that we talked about tonight. She has the full support of law enforcement. We saw Chief Brian Dugan here tonight. We know that a lot of money was poured into her races, and you probably saw a lot of the ads that were talking about law enforcement and being tough on crime. But again, she says she's going to be tough, but also very fair and working to advocate for victims.
I'm a boots on the ground prosecutor. I've been a prosecutor. I was a prosecutor for 17 years. And so I walk the walk and I've talked the talk. And so I go to court every day. I go to crime scenes and I meet with victims' families because victims are really the lifeblood of the state attorney's office, getting justice for families, getting justice for victims. That's our job.
And I know that the last time that we were on air here, I was reading to you all Andrew Warren's statement. I did not get a chance to read that in its entirety, so I would like to take the time to do that now. He said in his concession, and I quote, "I'm proud of the race we ran. The best candidate doesn't always win, especially when the other side cheats, illegally suspending you, then spending millions of dollars lying about you. But today's result doesn't change the facts. I made Hillsborough safer, improved the system, and fought for our freedoms and values. I want only what's best for our community, and I hope Ms. Lopez grows into this role to become an effective and independent state attorney, not beholden to the governor or sheriff, but accountable to the people," end quote. So that is Andrew Warren's statement. I talked to Suzy Lopez about this. She said that he congratulated her and that it was a very brief conversation and that her work will now continue to work to keep Hillsborough County safe. Reporting live in Ybor City, Emerald Morrow, 10 Tampa Bay.
A poignant quote right there. Thank you, Emerald. Definitely working on getting that up on our website, 10tampabay.com. Meantime, when I get back to Aaron Parsegian, he is at the Democratic Watch Party in Orlando. Aaron, as I know, a lot of people are out there watching the map and pulling out their calculator along the way.
Yeah, Frank, they're keeping a close eye on these results through the night. Of course, what they aren't happy with seeing is what's happened in Florida thus far with some of these race projections. Donald Trump, the projected winner in the race for president, Senator Rick Scott projected to win a re-election, and then a number of those ballot measures that many Democrats supported not meeting that 60% threshold. But I talked to many of the supporters, the Kamala Harris supporters in this room, who say they're still keeping a close eye nationally on many of these battleground states, the 7 ones people are watching, not including Florida. They said they aren't actually surprised by the results here in Florida, so that's why they're keeping a close eye on what's happening nationally. Take a listen.
My hope is that perhaps we see more local organizing in Florida. And what I can say is that in Central Florida, we actually see a great deal of leadership. And I'm encouraged and enthusiastic by the leadership we see in, for example, Representative Ana Escamani and Carlos Guillermo Smith. I think we have a lot of really great local elected officials who can perhaps galvanize a new Democratic Party in Florida that could perhaps make it a more competitive state in the future.
And that's what they're holding out hope in, really, for the future here in Orange County, at least. As we've mentioned, Florida, not a battleground state anymore. As our analyst has pointed out, it seems as though it's a solid red state dating back several years now when President Biden actually lost Florida but went on to win the election, and then the midterm election when Governor Ron DeSantis was reelected by a large margin, of course, when we talk about some of the voter registration numbers heavily in favor of the Republicans. And that's why the folks here are still in pretty high spirits, as you can hear. They weren't really anticipating much in Florida when it comes to the race for president and who they support in Vice President Kamala Harris, and now their attention is focused more nationally. We're live in Orlando. Aaron Parsegian, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. And we heard a lot of cheering behind him, and we've started to hear that more as the night's going on, and we start to see states being called for one candidate or another. Lars Hafner and I have been kind of looking at the electoral map and where things stand, and this is expected.
So far,
Right.
everything's expected. That's right. Again, we're just waiting for these 3 southern states that are still on the Eastern time zone to come in, and then we could talk about the Rust Belt states. But if we want to talk about these 3, Georgia's getting a little closer at 79%, but that's still not a wide lead if the vote hasn't come from the urban areas.
Right.
If it's come from the urban areas, then he's in good shape, but we just don't know that. And the same way with North Carolina. You don't know whether the Charlotte area. For Georgia, it's Atlanta. For North Carolina, it's the Charlotte area and the Research Triangle.
Right.
And then Virginia is still kind of a surprise, but that's such a close margin. And again, as we talked in one of the other segments,
Right.
that when the North counties in Virginia start to roll in up by D.C.,
Loudoun,
that may flip, and then things will still be on the same track that we thought they would be.
And so the big question mark that we have right now is the urban vote, because that would...
Absolutely. And it's still one of these things. Trump has to have these 2. This would be a real surprise, but he has to have those 2.
He has to have Georgia and North Carolina.
Correct. In order to be viable. If Harris gets one of these 2 and gets Nevada, then she could actually not win Pennsylvania and be the next president. So we're going to watch these as these gets a little closer.
Right.
But we could look at the blue wall.
Yeah, let me pull that back up. Excuse me. Takes a little bit right here, but let's move these off and let's go ahead and look at that. The Rust Belt, that blue wall. Pennsylvania. Don't forget Pennsylvania. No one's forgetting Pennsylvania. That is for sure. That's one that we will be watching.
And you can see here again, very small vote coming in. Less than a quarter in most of the areas, but those are big numbers: 19, 15, and 10. And she's going to have to hold that lead.
And it's basically whoever gets to 270.
Correct.
Whoever reaches 270.
And if she sweeps this, if this stays blue, then she's the next president of the United States. But we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, and there are certain pockets too that we'll be watching, especially when it comes to Pennsylvania as well. When we talk about the former president,
again, that's correct. You know what one famous political consultant said in Pennsylvania? You've got Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Alabama in between. And by saying that, what they're just basically talking about is the rural areas of Pennsylvania. Depending on how high they turned out, that's Trump country. But Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, that should be Harris country. And again, it will all be about turnout.
Yeah, so we'll be looking for these, and also looking too when we take a look at the map. Also waiting for Nevada and Arizona as well. All right, let's check in with Dave Wagner. Oh, we just saw Missouri get called too for the former president. 10 electoral votes
no surprise
added
there.
to his pot this evening. All right, Dave Wagner joining us with the analysts in there. Dave.
Yeah, here with Bill Carlson from Tampa City Council and Rick Baker, former St. Pete mayor, here joining us. Let's talk about these constitutional amendments and maybe what had gone into those for those to fail. Obviously, we know in other states, if this had been on the ballot like it was in Ohio, they both passed, but the threshold was 50%. Do you think it has as much to do with the GOP opposition to something like this, or do you think it has more to do with that? That's a pretty high threshold to reach.
Well, it's probably a combination of both. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, the 60% rule obviously is a huge deterrent for anybody who wants to get across that threshold. There'll be a lot of very disappointed people tonight that they didn't hit the 60% on both of those. The other thing is the red wave. The other thing you could say is that if you look at the messaging and the media that went out about it, there was a lot of confusing messages on both sides. And so the opposition, I think, muddied up the waters and confused the message on both of these so that the people voting for them didn't exactly know what they were voting for or why because of the confusion of it.
Yeah, it was, and I agree. I mean, there were times, and I don't know if it was a distortion of the truth or if it was untrue what one side was saying about the other, but I agree with you. I think it was confusing to a lot of people. Big night for congressional incumbents around here. Does that surprise you at all? Or is it, with gerrymandering these days, does that really affect the ability for people to defeat an incumbent?
I think it is hard because the numbers you start out, you have to really get a super crossover of either independents or people or the other side going your way. So when you have districts like Kathy Castor's and Buchanan's and Bill Arrakis and even Anna Paulina Luna's, it'd be tough for somebody from the other side to take that back.
What does this say about Ron DeSantis and his power in the state of Florida right now?
Well, I think he's done very well, in the state of Florida in terms of consolidating the power within the legislature and the congressional seats and around the state of Florida. I think he's been a good leader for the state.
Yeah. What is it going to take, Bill, for the Florida Democratic Party to kind of regroup and get started in trying to rebuild the party?
Well, the first thing is that somehow a lot of Democrats will have to move to the state, or they'll have to convert people because
how are you going to do
$1 million
that?
under a million voters under right now. The other thing that has to happen is that the party has to get more organized on a county level and at a state level. And at the state level, I mentioned earlier, Nikki Fried is a great leader. She's been cleaning up the problems that were created by her predecessors, and she just needs more time to be able to mobilize. If depending on how the presidential race goes tonight, if it goes D, then there will be a lot of momentum and maybe more money in Florida to work on some of these issues. In Hillsborough, there is going to be some change. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but there will be change going forward.
Yeah. And I do think that there's historically there's been a difference in the Southern Democrat, but then maybe a California Democrat or a Portland Democrat or a Minneapolis Democrat. I think there's a difference between them, and I think that that with kind of the shifting to the left of a lot of the party, I think there's a fair amount of folks in Florida that just don't want to go that way.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation in just a moment. Let's toss it back to you guys right now in the studio.
All right, Dave, thank you so much. Well, right now we're coming to you live across our 10 Tampa Bay digital platforms, but we're going to take a quick pause as we get ready to cut in on TV and give our broadcast audience an update for tonight's results. Don't go anywhere. We will continue streaming throughout. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on several key races as results are coming in from across the state. We're going to take a look at two ballot measures in Hillsborough County. Hillsborough Amendment 2, the public school millage to help the school district have competitive teacher salaries. That has passed. The superintendent says he's surprised at how well it did. You can see right there 66% of the vote, but he says he's very grateful to voters in Hillsborough County for being willing to vote for a new property tax. While Amendment 1 would renew a half-cent sales tax known as a community investment tax, and so far it looks like voters are in support of this as well with 52%. These just needed a majority. Now across the Bay, the Pinellas school referendum would change the millage to $1 million to help the school district recruit and retain teachers and staff. You can see that has passed as well. 68% voting in favor of that. Republican State Attorney Suzy Lopez is celebrating and declaring victory in the race for State Attorney for Florida's 13th Circuit tonight. Her Democratic challenger, former State Attorney Andrew Warrens, made headlines after he was removed from office and also replaced by Suzy Lopez by Governor Ron DeSantis. Warren conceded this evening, and he says that he hopes Lopez will grow into the role and become what he says an effective and independent state attorney. Emerald Morrow caught up with Lopez moments ago.
I think I won because everyone wants a safe community and they know that they're safer with Suzy.
In the U.S. Senate race with incumbent Republican Senator Rick Scott facing newcomer Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, Scott has been declared the winner there. And we do have results of all of the constitutional amendments that were on the ballot, all 6, starting with Amendment 1, which would decide whether school board seats would be partisan, if those races would be partisan starting in 2026, needed 60%. It fell short, did not pass. Amendment 2, also on the ballot, it passed exceedingly with the 67% of the vote right there, just needed 60 to pass, and this would impact the right to fish and hunt, making that a part of Florida's Constitution. And Amendment 3, whether to legalize recreational marijuana, that needed 60%, but fell short this evening. We do have all of the results for you posted right now on 10tampabay.com, and we are also streaming you live. You are watching live coverage of the election results here on 10 Tampa Bay Plus, and it has been a busy evening here in Florida. Almost 10 o'clock now, and we've really kind of wrapped things up at this point for the most part for Florida, but we're still looking at the rest of the country.
Yeah, Courtney, busy is an understatement with this right here. Want to take you back up to Washington, D.C., because we have a correspondent there with us, Marcella Robertson. You know what? There's been a lot of energy going into this effort all evening long. We could hear it in the backdrop right there. Hence the headphones that you have so that you can hear the conversation that we're having with you. What are folks saying at this hour?
Yeah, good evening to you. You know, I just spoke to some people on the yard here, which, by the way, is packed here, the yard at Howard University. And they said it was just so important for them to be part of this tonight. They're hoping to witness history. One woman told me that all of the anxiety and fear that she had throughout this campaign has really kind of gone away tonight. She's hoping to just kind of be in the moment. And then she's looking forward to seeing the Vice President take the stage here at some point tonight, just like the hundreds of people here behind me. Of course, we were talking about Howard University as the backdrop here at HBCU here right in Washington, D.C. And it is Kamala Harris's alma mater. She graduated here in 1986 and has now chosen this as the backdrop. Again, her campaign, her supporters hoping that she will take the stage, making history as the first female president of the United States. That is their hope for the results here of this campaign. We know this has been such a whirlwind, really, for Harris. She was really thrust into this just about 100 days ago when President Biden said that he was going to step down and endorsed her, and she became the Democratic nominee for president. You know, this has really just been in this final stretch and these final last days of the campaign, this message of unity that she has been trying to push forward, really making it clear that she wants to be the president for everyone, saying that even she would reach across the aisle, even to those who disagree with her. And I think that message from students that we have spoken to really resonates with them. And just the fact that this is here tonight on their campus, a campus that many of them, walk through and go to classes every day at, really means so much to them. Take a listen.
I mean, it just kind of speaks to her platform and the volume that she holds, that, we as students are the ones that collectivize and we make the motion to, have impact within the election or any type of movement. So I feel like it speaks volumes that she chose Howard, because Howard is a place for monumental growth for anybody that attends. So it really showcases that we really make motion, like, to keep it simple.
Harris is at 29.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 40.
And as far as what has really brought people out to vote, right? Early exit polls showing that Harris's supporters, for them, democracy really a top issue, as well as reproductive rights, abortion rights, right? We know that has really driven a lot of women voters out who are angry about Roe v. Wade, and that has driven to the polls. Also on the democracy front, it's the state of democracy that voters say they are concerned about if former President Donald Trump were to be reelected. So that is really what has drawn voters out. We know this is such a tight race that is really going to come down to those battleground states. Of course, that's too close to call right now. We're talking about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, that we're all watching very, very closely. I also want to mention here at Howard, it is very, very clear, chanting and cheering every time an announcer or comes up on the screen that Vice President Harris is projected to win a state, and then very clear votes when former President Donald Trump is projected as a winner. So just a lot of enthusiasm, energy here, as hundreds of people waiting for the Vice President to take the stage at some point tonight. So we're going to keep you posted on whenever that happens, and we'll be sure to bring you the very latest. Back to you.
All right, Marcel, there's a lot.
Competing with the energy in the room right there.
That's exactly right. There's a lot happening, and you could hear some of the calls coming through. I mean, she was right. It is coming down. It will come down to these toss-up states. I do want to let you know that former President Donald Trump taking Utah and Montana, being declared the winner in those states with the unofficial election results. So he has 10 more electoral votes on his scorecard this evening.
The race to 270, right? And Reggie, we were talking about this offline just a moment ago in terms of HBCU, and Marcella made this comparison to the homecoming. You've been in that environment. Tell me what that pride is like and how that translates to eradicating voter apathy.
It's tough. I mean, we love our institutions. We love a good time at a homecoming, and we have great pride in our institution. If we could somehow translate that into making sure that not only in the presidential election every 4 years, but the 2-year election for governors and Congress and other seats, if we can keep that same level of intensity, that would be the greatest thing to happen to us. But that's not always the case, right? One of the most disconcerting things is that educated folks on a college campus, it's hard to get them interested unless the right candidate is running for president and in the off-year election. So I think that's where parties, you could be in the majority of the House and Senate 1 year, 2 years later you're gone because people don't participate, and that benefits a group over others. And so one party is interested in making sure as many people vote as possible. The other party is more interested in integrity. And it's hard to get people to come out, even when you spend the money, right? Either party doesn't want to spend a lot of money on uncommitted voters you can't count on, because oftentimes it goes unwasted.
Can you delineate the differences here too, as well as we're talking about HBCUs, as you've been embedded in that community?
Right.
When we get folks to vote, who have you had an easier time getting registered, men or women?
When you get folks excited about a candidate, a lot of times when we did community service, we see an exciting candidate, it's easier for folks to come out, right? When you don't have excited candidates, it's just the issue. You can tell them every year this is the most important election that they'll ever fit. It directly benefits them, their economic interests, their social interests. It's still hard to translate into getting up and going to vote. Even though we've expanded voting beyond just election day with early voting, with mail-in batting voting, you still get maybe a high of 60% or 70%, right? But particularly in an off-year election, it might be 20 or 30%. And so it's tough. And I don't have an answer for that, right? We can talk about the problem, but I don't have the solution.
All right, Reggie, thank you so much. I do want to send it out. Eric Glasser is live for us. Oh, we
still
do
waiting
not
on
have
Eric
him.
to
We're
get
still
up.
getting him.
Yeah.
Let me, while we have you here, I do want to talk about, putting race aside, another big thing that is playing a huge role when we talk about this top of the ballot race is gender.
Right.
And are people ready for a female president, or is that hurting Harris this election?
Biden was seen as a person who can cut across both parties, and he got a lot more interest, and maybe it had something to do with his gender, right? A white male. So
it really depends on who you're talking to, right?
It depends on who you're talking to, right? And so, like I said before, this seems historic that a lot of Republican officials are coming out in favor across the aisle to vote for her. But as you've seen from the polls, it's still a neck-and-neck race, right? We knew years ago that this country is almost evenly divided, right? And that seems to bear out. So the same people that voted for Joe Biden, that previously voted for Trump, not necessarily interested in voting for Kamala Harris, right? So and people will tell you whatever you want to hear is what the reason is, right? They want to quiz her on the issues.
There.
And we know what one candidate has done. We're not impressed with those, but the other candidate, it's like an interrogation as to and even when they tell us what they're going to do, some say it's not enough, right? So does it have to do with gender? Does it have to do with race? Looking at the history of this country, probably so, right? And what we're going to do about that, we thought it got better with Obama, and then 4 years later, it didn't necessarily get better, right? So that's been the history of this country, right? And I don't know what's going to change it, but
just meeting people where they are.
Maybe time will change it. But I was hoping that the glass ceiling for women who are most likely to participate in an election, I thought it was going to change this time, and we don't know. We'll wait and see, but time will tell.
And we're going to see that, that breakdown in demographics in the coming days and be able to analyze and go in on that. 10 Tampa Bay reporter Eric Glasser is live for us this evening. He's at the Trump Watch Party in Palm Beach, and we do want to check in with him. We've been talking to Marcella
We'll
this
get to
evening
him
as
momentarily because I'm told Dave Wagner has some analysis on the situation as well. Dave, what are you hearing out there?
Yeah, we want to talk a little bit about this notion of increased taxes at a time when we're seeing a red wave across the state of Florida. What gives here? Why are voters on one hand saying, yeah, we'll vote for increased taxes? On the other hand, hey, we'll go for a party that generally speaking wants lower taxes.
Well, I think people, certainly on a local basis, if they are explained and if they are told what the taxes are for, and it's a good purpose. We have as I said before, we have the penny for Pinellas. We have to pass it every 10 years to re-up it, but it's critical infrastructure items all over the county, and we make up the list and we do it and we pass it. And it has consistently passed by a good margin. Same thing just happened in Hillsborough today. And then with the school taxes, I think people care about their schools and people are willing to tax themselves for the schools.
And Bill, you think part of it is just the approach, the way these different campaigns were run.
Well, one thing is the school tax was more grassroots oriented. The CIT was less. It was more heavily dependent on elected officials. But the other thing is that CIT is more complicated. It's a bucket of many different things, from police vehicles to fire vehicles to fire stations and other things. There's a small piece for schools in there, but the county reduced the percentage for schools, and so I think that affected the difference. Why is it the schools got 66%, CIT got 52%? Part of it was the way the campaigns were run, but also it is that it's hard to understand. They cut out some of the schools. The other thing is that CIT also, although it wasn't publicized very much, also includes money for sports teams. And when it was passed the first time, it was heavy on sports team because Raymond James Stadium was built with it. This time it includes lots of money for sports teams in the future. I think most people support the sports teams. If it was fully publicized what the numbers were, maybe fewer people would have voted for it.
And Bill, I think a lot of it is grassroots, as you said, and you ran a grassroots campaign when you ran.
Yeah, in my campaign, I ran for re-election last year, and the current mayor of Tampa, the last mayor of Tampa, raised about $850,000 to run against my $150,000, and I won partly because Rick Baker supported me. But
that's
also,
my story. that's my personal.
Not that you're patting yourself on the back or anything, right?
That, you know.
but also because they ran negative ads against me every day for like 2 weeks. So much that my kids got frustrated and said, we're tired of these negative ads, and a couple of them cried. But people called me and said, if you don't run, they had 850,000, I had 150. People said, if you don't run negative ads, you're going to lose. I had calls every day saying, if you don't run negative ads, you're going to lose. I didn't run a single negative ad, and I won 60% of the vote. And as a registered Democrat, I won 60% in a district that DeSantis had just won 60% a few months earlier. And so it shows that if you're positive and you don't get trapped into going negative and you provide a vision for the future, you can win people over and you can cross party lines.
All right, we do want to toss out to our Eric Glasser, who's standing by live for us right now. He is down in Palm Beach County, keeping an eye on the race down there. Eric, what are you seeing?
Hey there, Dave. Well, the place is definitely filled in from earlier this evening. You might remember there was just seemingly a small crowd in this vast room. I think the press outnumbered the number of Trump supporters. But again, it has definitely filled in as people have been able to make their way through the security area. And although nobody has stepped up to the microphone to say a word to the crowd, they have been enthusiastic nonetheless. A lot of that is likely stemming from the outcome of some of the elections that we've seen thus far rolling in, including the state of Florida being called for the former president. Donald Trump is watching the results and the returns, we are told, at his home in Mar-a-Lago, which is just a few minutes away from here. Earlier, the former president and his wife Melania cast their ballot at a polling place not far from Mar-a-Lago. Afterwards, he stopped to speak on a number of topics and expressed confidence in this outcome.
I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out.
Some of the people that I've spoken with say they're also more confident in the outcome of this election than they were in 2020. There are lawyers now, they say, scattered around the nation, people at the polls watching for any irregularities. No word yet on when Donald Trump, his family members, or his closest supporters are going to take to the stage here in Palm Beach County. Again, they are at Mar-a-Lago, we're told tonight, watching these same returns that we have. But the crowd, again, nonetheless, very enthusiastic about what they're seeing so far, and we'll continue to ride this out along with you guys and bring you the latest from here on the Hour Every Hour, at least, and more, of course, if somebody steps up to the microphone. Reporting live in West Palm Beach, Eric Glasser, Tampa Bay.
No word yet when the former president will show up there to speak to folks, but without question, it has been an interesting political season.
It has been an interesting political season, and in Florida, I think it's really gone to the Republicans so far. In all of the races that we've watched here in our state. Now we're watching really the rest of the country, right? Looking at the margins, Lars and I were just taking a peek. Where do things stand? These races are very close in these toss-up states at this point, and we'll kind of check in throughout the evening. But, how the presidential race at the top of the ticket here in Florida has impacted other races and other amendments on the ballot. People didn't just go and show up and vote for the president. They voted down ballot as well.
A smorgasbord of concerns there.
They did. I mean, you're talking about a 3-page ballot, at least, my ballot in Hillsborough County. And we've seen people show up and really continue to kind of weigh in on those issues. And nothing is further from the truth than when we look at the question, should we add a property tax in Hillsborough County in order to make the school district more competitive and fund those teachers' salaries? And we saw that happen this evening. Chris Hurst has been on that race. He joins us live this evening, and you heard from the superintendent.
Yeah, we heard from the superintendent, Van Ayers, about 15 minutes ago. He really was overwhelmed because he did not think that this measure would pass so overwhelmingly. 65%, 66% to 34%. Voters approved now this new millage in Hillsborough County that will add an extra $1 per $1,000 of assessed value as an additional property tax. That money may raise up to about $200 million, all of it going towards trying to increase teacher compensation to make teaching in Hillsborough County just as competitive and an attraction as it is in other counties. Hillsborough County for a long time has lost teachers to neighboring school districts like Pasco and Pinellas and Manatee, Sarasota. They really felt like this was the most important thing they could do to try and recruit and retain teachers here in the county. Now, because this passed, it will give teachers anywhere from about $3,000 to $6,000 of a pay bump increase when this new millage takes effect next year. We talked to Superintendent Van Ayers, and he said this really is about the teachers, but it's also about the students.
This is about, in the end, moving forward, providing the best classroom experience possible, being able to compete with surrounding school districts. This gives us the ability to do that. So I am blown away, excited that we're here right now.
And it's really interesting because the county commission here tried to block this question from being put onto the ballot this year, saying that not only would it compete with their community investment tax that was up for reauthorization and may narrowly pass, certainly not by a 65-35 margin. They thought there would be competition with that. And then they also thought that inflation simply too high right now, people feeling those effects, and didn't want to put an additional burden on homeowners. But voters resoundingly rejected those premises by supporting this referendum in again, overwhelming fashion. One of the biggest surprises I think we've seen here tonight in the Bay Area with election results. Folks not expecting this measure to succeed as well as it did. This new millage will take effect in July for Hillsborough County property owners. Live in Hillsborough County, Chris Hurst, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Chris, thank you. And Lars, that is one thing. I mean, we were just talking about that down ballot voting. It kept up. I mean, we saw it happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little drop off from the top of the ticket all the way through, 3 pages worth of issues to vote on, and the voters seem to have been engaged enough to go all the way down the ballot.
It took a little bit more time. And thank goodness we have early voting, right?
Right.
To allow for all of that. Hey, taking a look nationally as we're looking at the presidential race, that race to 270. We've seen more states be called. We saw New York come through. We also saw Colorado for Harris. And we've seen a few more in the Southeast as well for the former president. What are you watching right now?
Well, things are going according to plan. They're showing us what we already kind of knew was going to happen. But those states that are still hanging out there are the states that we knew were the 7 battleground states. So that's going to be interesting. I'm also interested in Nebraska because Nebraska still needs the Omaha area can have a vote for Harris, and she's going to need that if she runs the Rust Belt in order to get to 270.
That one
vote. And in Nebraska, of course, they tried really hard with a Republican legislature to change it to winner-take-all state, but there was one Republican senator who stood up against that and said, hey, it's so late in the process, we're not going to do that. And so they've maintained that. Now, the real question comes, if she gets to 270 based on that one, Nebraska still, one of the things they could do is go back in there and change it before the electors are certified, which could create a lot of problems for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to change it, which would be a winner-take-all state, is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
Yeah, so then you would have Republicans with the majority
Give
taking
all the
all 5.
electors, and then she would lose that one electoral vote. But there's going to be all sorts of maturations of different kinds of things that will be looked at depending again on who wins. But the other interesting thing about Nebraska, which we really don't talk a lot about, is they have an independent Senate candidate who right now with about 50% of the vote in is leading the Republican incumbent. And this guy came out of nowhere, but he really identifies with the people in the state of Nebraska. And right now they seem to be backing him. And what he has done, interesting enough, as an independent has said, you put me in Washington, I'm not caucusing with either the Republicans or Democrats, which is good and bad. One, it keeps your independence, but sooner or later, one side or the other is going to want to sway you their way. So it'll be interesting to see if he can make it over the hurdle and win.
Not the only independent senator that we have, but they caucus.
But the other independents caucus with the Democrats. But he said he wasn't going to do either party.
All right, really quickly, let's look, because we can also see kind of what we're talking about with how much of the vote is in, and looking kind of at the Southeast. We were talking about Virginia, 65% of the vote in.
Right.
These are 13 electoral votes. Trump is leading in many of these states. Nevada is still out because it's not, but when we look at Nebraska and Michigan, as well as Arizona.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little closer in Georgia for Trump and also in North Carolina, so he may be able to solidify the entire Sun Belt in the South.
Right.
So then it really does come down to the blue wall for Harris. And again, a lot of times in Pennsylvania, again, they don't open up their early vote or start counting until 7 a.m. on that day. So how that goes could go Pennsylvania. Also, we also know that Philadelphia has been late in reporting in a lot of these races, and Philadelphia would be a big Harris area.
And for Trump, it still remains. There's no path to victory without Pennsylvania.
Without Pennsylvania, correct.
All right. Lars, thank you so much. Frank, back to you.
All right, the marathon clearly continues in our race to 270 right there. Right now, I want to get to Jen Titus in Hillsborough County as she has been following Andrew Warren. We heard that quote a little bit earlier from Emerald Morrow regarding this particular race. What are you hearing out there, Jen?
Yeah, hey, Frank. As the results came in just before 9 o'clock, we saw Warren and the Lopez race. 5% Lopez was leading by, and that's when I got the text message from Andrew Warren's campaign telling me that he had conceded from this race and sending a quote. We had expected him to maybe speak later tonight, but he is not speaking at all tonight. He just sent us a quote basically saying that he is proud of the race that they ran, but the best candidate doesn't always win, especially when there were lies and the suspension coming from the other side. He went on to say he is proud for what he did for Hillsborough County, that he did make Hillsborough County safer, and that he hopes Ms. Lopez grows into this role to become an effective and independent state attorney, not beholden to the governor or sheriff, but accountable to the people, end quote. That was from Warren again just before 9 o'clock tonight. He has been at home all night long. That's how he watches the election numbers come in. It's how he's watched the elections in the past. That's how he watched it tonight. So it has been a quiet night here. We've been outside of the state attorney's office to see who will be entering into that building as the new Hillsborough County state attorney. And Frank, it will be Suzy Lopez, as Andrew Warren again conceded from this race just before 9 o'clock tonight.
All right, Jen, thank you. Before I let you go, I do have a question. Apologies if you already talked about this, but is this the end for Warren? Is tonight the end for him when it comes to serving as a state attorney for Hillsborough County?
Seems to be. As of now, for the next 4 years, he's conceded this race. I don't know what's next for him when it comes to the Democrat Party, but I do know as far as state's attorney, he has said, okay, I am conceding this. I am down again 5% as I just looked, and I think there's still only about 20 precincts left to be reported in Hillsborough County. He's down 5%, so he has conceded from this race. For now, he is giving that to Suzy Lopez, as that's what the voters have decided tonight.
And legally, he's exhausted everything?
The courts, I guess, could say, where it's in the legal system right now, that appeals judge had said yes, a federal judge can put him back into that spot. But again, Courtney, this is the next election, so that would have been from the prior two and a half years ago when the governor had suspended him then. So now going forward, this is a whole nother election process. And now with Suzy Lopez winning the race, that I think it's, with whatever happens, I think it's still Suzy Lopez's. That was the big question. If Warren would have ran and won tonight, would DeSantis have just suspended him again? And then he probably would have gone through that legal process where he's at. But right now, again, he has conceded this race.
Yeah, that was the next question right there. That has been a heated tug of war right there, Jen Titus, as you've been following this for months as well.
Absolutely, and we didn't know what was going to happen, and I think in Warren's case, he thought that maybe it was going to speed up, that the process would have speed up legally, and he would have been holding this position. He told me, we keep on calling him, the former state attorney. He saw it that he was still the state attorney. He was just suspended. He was not terminated. He was just suspended, and Lopez was just holding his seat as that legal system played out. But again, it just didn't move fast enough. And right now, again, he has conceded from this race, as Lopez, again, is leading 5%. And it looks like she will be the state attorney here in Hillsborough County.
That concession presumably placing a bow on the whole situation, at least for now, as far as we know.
All right, right now we're coming to you live across digital platforms, but we do need to update our broadcast audience on the election results that have come in so far. So we're going to take a brief moment to kind of step aside here, but we will continue streaming live right here for you throughout on 10 Tampa Bay Plus. This is 10 Tampa Bay. Tonight we are bringing you the results from the 2024 election. I'm Courtney Robinson, and right now we're keeping an eye on key races coming in from across the state of Florida. We do have results on all of the constitutional amendments that were on your ballot. Let's start with Amendment 1, which would decide whether school board races would be partisan starting in 2026, needed 60%, and it will fall short this evening. Amendment 2 has passed, exceeding that 60% threshold that was needed. It adds the right to fish and hunt to the state's constitution. Amendment 3, whether to legalize recreational marijuana for those 21 and older, needed 60% to pass. It will not make it there this evening. The AP declaring that it failed. Amendment 4, the right to abortion also will not pass. It means that the state's 6-week abortion law will stand. And Amendment 5, it has passed. It will be an annual adjustment for inflation for the homestead exemption on your property taxes. And finally, Amendment 6 would have repealed the Florida Election Campaign Financing Act and ends spending limits for certain candidates, like those running for governor, did not have the 60% needed to pass. And taking a look at the seat for State House District 60, St. Pete City Councilman Republican Ed Montanari challenged the incumbent Democrat Lindsey Cross. Cross will be going back to Tallahassee to represent Pinellas County in the state legislature. Also in Pinellas County this evening, that school referendum that would change the millage to $1 mill to help the school district recruit and retain teachers and staff has passed in Pinellas County. And in Hillsborough County, voters also supported that amendment as well. Amendment 2, the public school referendum to help the school district have competitive salaries. That has passed. The superintendent says she's so grateful to voters for recognizing that need and adding in a new property tax. And also in Hillsborough, Amendment 1, renewing the half-cent sales tax known as the community investment tax that has been in place. So far, it looks like voters are in favor. Right now, you can find all of the results for tonight's races on our free 10 Tampa Bay app. You can find that on your phone and website. We're also streaming right now on our 10 Tampa Bay Plus app, which you can download on your favorite streaming device or smart TV.
All right, a mouthful, but of course a lot to get to. I've called it a marathon. I think that's pretty accurate, right?
Yes, it definitely feels that way, and we're not even over because election night is long, but the days that come are going to be long as well.
Yeah, it feels like we're sprinting a marathon in this case, the race to 270. And then, of course, as you mentioned, all of the local races, the referendums, the amendments, and everything in between.
That's right. And when we talk about, these are all unofficial election results. So there's still a process that has to happen, right, to certify these results. And we will see the, counties have to have their results certified and sent to the state by November 18th. And then the state canvassing board, the state will meet on November 19th. So that's when, that's kind of when we can say, okay, 2024 for Florida is put to rest. Yeah. But for the rest of the country, that will be different.
Yeah, political analysts astutely breaking all of that down with the certification process. Want to get to Emerald Morrow, who's been following Suzy Lopez regarding this Hillsborough State Attorney Office race. Okay, so you read a statement a little bit earlier, and we also heard from Suzy Lopez. The room looks to be a lot calmer at this hour.
Yeah, that's right, Frank. Things have pretty much emptied out here. We watched Suzy as she walked out of the door, celebrating her victory of now being the first female to be elected state attorney in Hillsborough County. And as you mentioned, we're here in Ybor City, which is very significant. And if you know anything about what's happened here in Ybor City in the last year, you know why. We are just about a little over a year from that deadly Ybor shooting that, was such a terrible situation for this community. And Suzy talked about that tonight. Not just about what it was like for her to prosecute this case, but also to what it was like for her personally. She wears a bracelet from one of the victim's mothers, from Harrison Boonstopple's mother, and it says, "Go where you feel most alive." And that is, according to the mother, one of his last Facebook posts. So she talked about that now and talked about really now this is the time that the work begins in Hillsborough County, trying to reduce crime, trying to bring down juvenile crime, trying to stop kids from getting into the juvenile justice system. So that's something that's really important to her, as is repairing what she calls broken relationships with law enforcement. She says that these relationships were fractured when she came into. I asked her specifically if she said that was thought it was because of her predecessor, and she said, well, they were broken under him and they're fixed under her now. So that's something that she is working to try to continue to repair. She also told me in the days leading up to the election that she is not going to rubber stamp everything that law enforcement does, but she wants to be clear that they will work together, law enforcement and prosecutors, to help find the best solution for the community. And they also want the community and partners to be involved in making sure that this community stays safe.
We're going to continue to work with our community and law enforcement partners, and we're going to keep Hillsborough County safe, and we're going to make it even safer by working together with them. Because when our community partners and law enforcement feel supported, the community is safer.
And another thing that she mentioned to me again in the days leading up to the election and the conversations that I had with her, just trying to make sure that we know exactly what's going on in the state attorney's office. She told me that right now they do not have a backlog of cases, and she says that they are fully staffed and they are ready to work on behalf of the people of Hillsborough County. For now, in Ybor City, Emerald Morrow, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Emerald, thanks for that report right there. And great information, because a lot of people, I know it's the infancy stage following those results, but people want to know, what will this look like moving forward?
It has really been a night for incumbents as well. We saw Suzy Lopez, keep her position as a state attorney in Hillsborough County, and with all of our congressional races as well here in the Tampa Bay area, all of the districts, also voters voting in the incumbent, keeping, not making major changes here. Although there were races that were watched nationally too.
Yeah, a lot of people pointing to Florida to figure out what we have going on down here for various reasons in terms of, trust in the whole process. We covered that with the conversation a little bit ago. Right now I want to get back to Dave Wagner, because I know that you guys are breaking down conversations regarding Florida and beyond as well. What's up, Dave?
Yep, here with former St. Pete Mayor Rick Baker and Bill Carlson from Tampa City Council. We were talking a little bit about a big night for Donald Trump and Rick Scott in the state of Florida, 55+ percentage points there. At the same time, we're looking at abortion rights and marijuana. It didn't reach the 60% threshold. It was, 55, 56%, about the same percentage of votes that Donald Trump and Rick Scott got in the state of Florida. What does that say? Does that just mean crossover vote, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think people have the ability to, the voters. I think sometimes we don't give the voters enough credit. I think they have the ability to say, you know what, I like Rick Scott and I like Donald Trump, and I want him to be president and I want him to be senator in Florida. But I also like this change in the abortion law too. That's something that I favor. And people have the ability, they don't automatically say, well, I'm going to vote against this one because I'm doing this one. And obviously that's what's happened here, is you've got 55% of the folks that did, even though it did not pass because of the 60% threshold, they did vote for the abortion change.
Yeah, 2 amendments did pass, though, Bill, the right to fish and hunt, which we've talked about exactly, why is that, and who's behind that, and who's pushing it, and that homestead exemption as well. Who benefits, Bill, from homestead exemption, and who does not benefit from this?
So this is a long discussion. We were having part of it earlier. If you're in your house for a long time, especially someone who raises a family and then keeps the house and that you retire, you benefit a lot from homestead exemption, because Florida is a growth state, and the economy in Florida is driven by growth, for better or worse. And if you go from having a big income to a fixed income, then you can't afford it. The people it hurts are commercial property owners and, most importantly, renters. So the people who can least afford to pay more tax are paying more tax in the renters because they're not protected.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about, we've talked about a red wave in the state of Florida and many of the races in our area. In Hillsborough County, we saw some Democrats do well tonight. Who in particular, as you look at those
So
races?
It looks like Bob Enriquez is one. He's a crossover candidate, property appraiser. And then Nancy Milan already won from the primary because there was no Republican. And then it looks like Craig Latimer has won the supervisor of elections. The one that didn't win, it appears, is clerk of court, Cindy Stewart, and Victor Chris, it looks like, has won. Victor, former elected official, he was a county commissioner, I think state rep, and very well known. His wife is a prominent person at USF. He also has the Chris name, and so we'll see what happens here. It looks like that may have been a result of the red wave, but it's interesting. You have the red wave, but then 2 Democrats win tonight.
Yeah. Ana Paulina Luna did well, incumbent District 13. She's going to go back to Washington. Whitney Fox ran a good campaign as well, but Rick, you worked and tried to help Ana Paulina Luna a little bit here. What do you think is her strength? What does she do well? For those of us who don't know her.
So when I was, I'll kind of betray my partisanship a little bit here. I was one day watching an analysis of what was called the Inflation Reduction Act and what was being spent in that, and I just thought it was horrible for the country what was being done with this act going forward, and ultimately it was one of the things that helped lead to our inflationary period. And the next day I called Ana Paulina Luna and I sat down with her. I said, I'm going to support, she had asked me to support her. I said, I'm going to support you. I'm going to ask you to do one thing for me. And she said, what's that? I said, fight. Go to Washington and fight. And she's a fighter. She's willing to fight for the conservative causes that she believes in up in Washington. And I have great respect for that. I don't have as much respect for the people that are there just to kind of be there, get along, go along. And I'm not saying you should be fighting all the time, but you should be willing to stand firm for what you believe in. And I think she does that.
Bill, you think Whitney Fox, the Democrat who lost tonight, rising star in the Democratic Party?
Yeah, she's a great candidate. I mentioned earlier that I've known her for several years. Her husband, both great emerging leaders in our community. She way outperformed in this position, even though she didn't win today. Just looking at the numbers, you wouldn't expect her to have won, but she set a great example of what a good campaign could do in our area. Unfortunately, for Democrats, Pat Kemp lost tonight. That takes her out of elected office for a while, at least. She was a county commissioner and a great leader in many ways in our community, great Democratic leader. Laura Lee, the incumbent, beat her. Laura Lee also is great in the community, has a great reputation. Her husband, Tom Lee, former elected official, I think Speaker of the House, and has been very powerful in the community. So it's not a terrible loss that Pat, it's not great to lose, but if you're going to lose to a family like that, it's not a bad thing.
All right. If I can say one last thing, Dave, 2 years ago we were sitting right here, right, and we were doing our analysis of the midterm elections, and we were witnessing this red wave in the state of Florida, which really was largely unprecedented at the time, and the question is how is this going to extend to the rest of the country? Yeah. And 2 years ago, not so much, right? It was kind of a mixed bag from that point forward out. And I think we're kind of in a same place right now. This is a great thing. If you're a Republican, this is a great day for Florida and a great election for Florida. And we're just going to have to be up a few more hours and maybe a few more days before we know how that impacts the rest of the country.
Yeah, it took about 4 days for the country to know that Joe Biden was going to be the next president of the United States. So it takes some time. Not everybody counts as quickly as folks do here in the state of Florida. That's a great thing for us, but it's agonizing sometimes waiting. I should also mention here while we We talk about, good night for Anna Paulina Luna. It is really difficult with gerrymandered districts in this state and other states for somebody who's not an incumbent to remove an incumbent from office. It's a real challenge.
It is tough. And the other thing I would say is tonight's a good night for Ron DeSantis. The party that he leads and the effort that he has led has had great success.
It's a bit of a stamp.
And Kathy Castor won re-election tonight.
That's true.
So,
yep. All right. Courtney, back to you.
All right, Dave, thank you. And we are looking now big picture at the presidential race. And we can see right here, the race to 270, which candidate will get there. These numbers are important, but it's kind of these states that are really going to, it's a handful that are going to really decide tonight.
Right. Again, the map is filling in the way it has filled in for several presidential cycles. There's been no surprises so far. We knew it was going to come down to these 7 swing states, and they haven't reported yet, so we don't know where we're headed to.
And we can take a look at looking at the kind of the Southeast, keeping it here. Virginia, this is a change from the last time we checked in. It's flipped,
right.
And you have Harris leading there with 71% of the total vote.
And again, as we've stated tonight, as those northern counties come in, it leans more Democratic, and so this could get a wider margin yet tonight. But we now see that North Carolina has become a little closer than Georgia, and there's still more vote to be counted in North Carolina than there is in Georgia.
I want to take it back to the larger map right here because we saw just an addition right here. Which state would just get added? We see.
Well, Arizona is starting to get some vote count in, but again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are still in the process of counting.
All right. Well, let's take we take these away. We also let's take a peek right here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, because there's not a path for Trump without Pennsylvania.
Without Pennsylvania, correct.
All right. Let's take a peek here. Yep. And again, I mean, this is all very, very, very close.
It is. It is. And again, when the normal vote in Pennsylvania, a lot of it comes in from Philadelphia at the end. And because Philadelphia is a big urban area, these numbers aren't strong enough yet for Trump to declare victory. So we'll just have to see what happens when those extra numbers come in. This is still pretty young in the process at 55, and this is really young at 24%.
Trump just took Iowa, so we can pop it back right there. Trump took Iowa, and that is not necessarily
not a surprise, except that the pollster that came out on Saturday or Sunday with her latest poll, and she's a very good pollster, very reputable, had said that Harris had taken the lead, but it was still in the margin of error, and no one really thought this was going to be the outcome other than that Trump would take Iowa.
I mean, and the polls again, how much do we take stock in these, right? But it has Harris and Trump dead heat, essentially.
Yeah, and again, when they're dead heat, or even like the Iowa poll, if they're within the margin of error, sometimes that margin of error is 3.6%, sometimes it's 4%, sometimes it's 5%. So that can really sway an election in that state any way you look at it.
Lars, when we talked with you at the beginning of the night, 3 things that you're watching. The first thing you said was gender.
Yes.
And that's still a big question this evening, especially as we have a woman again running for president. Will the electorate follow suit?
Yeah, we saw a woman at the top of the ticket in 2016, thought that was going to be the breaking of the glass ceiling. It did not happen. Donald Trump won. We're still in that same situation here in 2024, looking to see whether America's ready to elect its first female. We've seen them elect females at different levels of the government, in the Senate and the House, but and actually with good results, because women seem to get the job done. But for some reason, the United States has been a little stubborn on electing a leader at the presidential level and being a female.
And we're also going to be watching Arizona, Nevada. Still early for these. We're just starting to see the beginning of results rolling in there.
Yeah, and again, even if Harris was to win both of those and lose Pennsylvania, she still can't get there. The real key is she still would have to win one of these other southern states and one of these 2 states if she was to lose Pennsylvania. So like the pundits have been saying, it all kind of comes down to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and as we start to approach 11 o'clock right here, the West Coast is still open. People are still voting on the West Coast, right?
Right, and I would think those states like New Mexico and of course California, Oregon, and Washington, those will go Democratic. Alaska will go Republican. Hawaii will go Democratic. So everything will fall into format. It's just, again, we're waiting on the calls of these 7 states.
All right, Lars, thank you. Frank?
All right, hurry up and wait on those results right there. Meantime, a lot of leaders speaking around the way. One of them, Nikki Fried, head of Florida Democratic Party. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Show up in this moment. I think Anna Eskamani said it best earlier today, that while we didn't have all the wins that we wanted this evening, we showed every single day in this election cycle that Florida is worth fighting for, the people of the state are worth fighting for, and more importantly, that we've got work to do. We've got a lot of work to do to make sure that we're carrying our message of equality, of affordability, of making sure that we have abortion access. 57% of Floridians said we did not want a 6-week abortion ban. That is a vast majority of our state. So we go back to work. We continue to carry that message. We continue to lobby the legislature, as unfortunately more women are going to die in the South because of these strict abortion bans. And we continue to fight every single day. But tonight, we also have a tremendous win here in Orange County. We have re-elected Monique Worrell, our duly elected state attorney. Because what Monique did is that she too said, we are not going to back down. That I'm not going to take a page from Ron DeSantis to tell me how to run my life, how to run my county, and how to stand up for the people of this community. And we came together and we fought for justice, because that is what a state attorney does every single day. They go in there and say, I want to make sure that my community is safer. Making sure that we've got community that is coming together to protect each other. And what Monique did today was she defied all odds. All the money that was thrown out against her, she got removed from office from the governor of the state of Florida, and she said, not so fast. Not so fast. The people of this state and the people of this county want me in office. So I would like to welcome to the stage our newly really elected, it was what the terms that we use, our state attorney, Monique Worrell.
All right, Reggie, so we've got a lot to squeeze into about a 2-minute time frame here. What have you made of this? Oh, yeah, you're battle tested. All of us are at this point in the evening. What do you make of all of this in the big picture scheme of things?
Well, I don't think we've seen too many surprises in the state of Florida, but just like in 2020, we have yet to wait for the nationals, right? So Florida, we saw, got a lot redder than it normally has. We were talking about Democratic counties, the major cities you can can't necessarily count on at this particular time in Florida. So it's bright red. But in the amendment, which we thought was going to bring out voters, it was close. But after the pregnant pigs amendment passed in 2000, now we have to get a supermajority. So we're seeing the election process, and to the victors still go to the spoils. And so there were some bright stories for Democrats, a lot of bright stories for Republicans. We still are going to wait probably beyond midnight to see what happens at the national election presidency.
And when we talk about that 60% threshold, though, I mean, it is, we heard that even come up during this election season from the governor, from others. It's the Constitution.
It's the Constitution, right? You shouldn't put everything in the Constitution, and that's why I brought up the pregnant pig. That was the basis by saying we can't just make it easy to change the Constitution. State Constitution is supposed to last for a long time, right? And it's supposed to be exceptional kind of stuff. And so the abortion issue was the exciting issue for Democrats to try and bring out voters. And it barely missed it, right? So for the folks that made it a 60% requirement, looks like it's working.
The Constitution, I noticed that in your notes. You carry that with you everywhere you go,
U.S. Constitution, right? The poli-sci in me likes to carry that around.
It's important to have that in your back pocket.
It's important to have and to remind yourself of all those amendments and all those important clauses.
Well, and this is not going to be over at 12 o'clock for us. It's not going to be. It's not going to be over. Tomorrow either. Nationally.
but it's going to be exciting all the way around, right? And but what I'm starting to see is I don't hope to see any repeat of violence like we saw the last time, right? So I think no matter how it turns out, folks are going to accept the results and think that it was a fair election, even if the person I wanted didn't win.
There was a lot of talk beforehand questioning whether that was the case.
Right, and I think there's been a lot of rhetoric pointed towards that, but I just have the gut feeling, there's nothing I can prove, right, that we're not going to see an invasion of the Capitol again.
Reggie, thank you so much, and thank you for your time this evening as well. Let's go to Dave.
Okay. Back with Rick Baker now and Bill Carlson as well. As we kind of wrap up here, let's talk about maybe the biggest surprises. Bill, biggest surprise you saw tonight?
That the two amendments lost. It appeared from the polls that there was going to be a bigger wave to support the abortion amendment and the marijuana amendment, and the numbers are lower than I think most people expected.
Why do you think it lost? Why do you think they lost?
Again, complicated campaigns, mixed messaging, disinformation campaigns to confuse people.
Yeah, and it worked. It confused people enough, you think, enough voters, yeah. Some biggest surprises?
Well, I would agree there, but I think the confusion was on both sides of both of those measures, in terms of the voting and maybe some of the misrepresentation. I think to me, the biggest surprise is the size of the Republican victory in the state. I mean, it's Rick Scott won by, I think, far more than he has ever won before. President Trump won, handily. I was, as we talked earlier, I was in the 2000 recount when I think George Bush won by about 2.5 votes that year, and this was a sizable 56% margin for Trump. And I think that also that Republican turnout and Republican shift had an impact on these amendments as well, because the two amendments that we were talking about were largely not supported by the Republicans.
We saw Nikki Fried giving a bit of a pep talk to the crowd there. What does she need to do to re-energize the Democratic Party after a kind of a red sweep like this in the state of Florida?
The most important thing is to work on the local level, the grassroots level. It's got to be county by county and city by city. And she's been helping Hillsborough County. I don't know about the other counties. And so I think she needs to continue doing what she's doing. You can't turn a ship within a short period of time. She hasn't had enough time to lead.
All right. We have
and I think it's important for the Republicans not to just decide, okay, now we're red, we don't have to worry about it anymore. The Republican Party has to continue to, to build on the successes that they've had.
So you want to pile on, in other words,
as much as possible.
All right. We have about 30 seconds here. Final thoughts from you, Rick.
Well, I think it's this night is far from over. this national election is far from over. I think we've all expressed, a desire for the country to come together more than we have in the past. We sometimes talk about the problems 4 years ago after the election. I remember 8 years ago after Donald Trump was elected, every cities around the country held protests on the day that he was sworn into office. I hope we don't have any of that
We
anymore.
all hope that. Quick final thought from you.
So until today, we've been Democrats and Republicans and other parties. Tomorrow we have to be Americans. And we need to hope and pray that the people who won will reach across the aisle to the other side. The people that lost should reach across as well. We've got to bring our communities back together. We can't continue to fight like this.
Right. Tampa City Councilman Bill Carlson, Rick Baker, former St. Pete mayor. You guys get along well. It's nice to see. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dave, and a big thank you as well to our analyst there. We are here with Lars Hafner looking at the electoral map. We can see Trump leading with the AP declaring him a winner in many states, leading with 210 electoral votes to Harris's 113, where she has been declared the winner by the Associated Press. But it's these states that we're also watching. I mean, we can see most of this map red, but it's going to come down to just a few states.
Yeah, it's pretty maddening because what has happened is as the map has filled in, we're seeing what we thought was going to happen. But we would have wished that these 7 swing states would have reported a little bit earlier, so we would have maybe had a result yet tonight.
All right, let's look at these. We just have a minute right now. Looking through, when we look at Georgia, 90% of the total vote in right now, and Trump leading here by 141,000, but that's still really close.
It is. Last election, he lost by 10,000 votes, and if the vote hasn't been all counted in from Fulton County, the Atlanta area, she still's got a chance in Georgia.
And we look at North Carolina as well, looking at North Carolina, 16 electoral votes up for grab, 85% in. But this, again, that 129,000 still too close.
Still too close to call. 15% still out there, depending where it's going to come from.
All right, and last thing, watching Pennsylvania, right? What are you really watching?
Yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania's the whole ball game for Donald Trump. If he wins Pennsylvania, ball game over. If she pulls out Pennsylvania, then she still's got the blue wall, and she will be our next president. But you know what, Courtney? We're not going to know it by midnight tonight. No. But this election will not go on like it did in 2020 to Saturday.
Yeah.
We will
when are
know
we gonna
within.
know?
I think we'll know maybe tomorrow, but no later than the next day.
All right, Lars, thank you so much. Dave.
Thank you.
And right now, we are coming to you live across our 10 Tampa Bay digital platforms in just a moment. Thanks. We're also going to go live on TV, but don't go anywhere. We will continue streaming as we bring you tonight's results. Stay with us.